Hello, everybody, and welcome to Discussing the Suspects. Special live event here with Denny, Big Jeff, and Mystic Jinx. Thanks to kick it off. Why don't we just go through and say hello to everybody? Denny, how you doing?
Doing good. Hello, everybody. Ready for should be a pretty good live. It's quite a good list here.
Nice. All right, Big Jeff.
Hey Jeff, thanks for having me on. It's always good to have a good man discussion, especially with the brain power that we got on this one. This is going to be a good one.
Welcome there, Big Jeff, for the invite, and thanks for coming. Thanks you guys for accepting the invite. And I got the camera on because Big Jeff is home alone and he needs company.
It's just me and my absolute Moscow mule. You're out there, Paulie. I told you I was going to have one this morning, and here it is. I might even have another one.
Absolutely. And finally, back to the channel for the multiple time, Mystic Jinx. Thanks. Welcome.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Good to be here.
Good to have you here.
This has been a while since we've done a live
together. Yeah, it has been a while since we've done a live.
I think the last time was about the convicting TV.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Convicting a murderer?
Yeah, when that
still hasn't been released, has it?
I saw a tweet from him the other day. So he said something about some going-ons, and somebody asked him when that one was going to be, if it had sold yet, and he said no, not yet. And then they said, yeah, something about getting through legal something so that they can watch all of it. But I'm guessing that might have to do with the lawsuit with Netflix, because now they're asking for their emails and stuff with the convicting TV.
Oh, Jesus.
So they're asking for Griesbach's emails, right? Netflix put in a motion that for Griesbach to submit the documentation that he had, right? And he set a motion that it would be too much of a burden for me to do that. And I'm like, fuck you, Griesbach. Fork it over. Wouldn't you just love to see what he has?
Weren't they asking for something of Brenda Schuler's, which is like the producer lady or whatever, or one of the interviewers or something?
They were. I'm not tracking it as closely as other people. I'm just getting the highlights from people who are digesting it. So I missed that one.
Yeah, I don't keep track of that one as much either. Not the lawsuit. So you think we'll get through this whole list? How long do you think that'll take?
Well, I think we're going to spend a lot of time on the first one, because I think there are people here who really have strong feelings about the first person on the list. I'm not trying to point any fingers, but
Jeff Jones was talking, but he's muted, or he was.
I was actually. That's funny. I realized that. I was like, oh, but Big Jeff had it anyway. He's got it. That's how we do it here. We're a supportive crew. We just move the story along. You don't really need me, do you? You don't need me.
Don't say that. No.
Well, we need you to put on the show. Otherwise, we would be talking
that's right.
one.
to keep us under control. This is a rowdy bunch.
There you go. There's the first one. Is it spelled correctly?
Yes.
I thought there was a K.
That's only if it's Fassbender spelling it.
Oh.
Hillegas? Oh, Hillegas.
Talk about
that for a minute. Somebody want to comment on that? That's crazy in itself, isn't it?
Yeah. He did write a report that he made an error on that name.
So weird.
It's a good thing it wasn't Coburn, because the report would be pending next week.
5 years from now.
Maybe I'll put it to you in a question. Why is Ryan Hillegas? And now again, I want to be clear. The numbers have no value. It's not that Ryan is the number one suspect, and they're just in a random order. We moved Ryan up to the top because Mystic Jinx agreed to come on, so we put him as the first one.
But you
But
guys
the
got to
question remains.
watch the video for that because I don't have 3 hours.
I will post a link to your video. And your video is really, you have a 2-part video, or is it 3-part now?
Well, it's
2-part.
2 parts, but it's actually got an extra, which is his father's connection to Peg Lautenschlager. And then there's also, I discussed
Kelly.
what do you call it? The planner. Not the planner. Yeah, the day planner, which is kind of connected to Ryan too, but I just called it the day planner. I didn't have my clever name on that one.
So
Kelly.
are you going to talk about the day planner, Mystic Jinx, and your your rundown of Ryan? What's your feeling? Do you think that she made it back home in enough time to drop off the day planner at home to begin her trek to Schmitz?
Well, I don't think she ever left I think when Coakley called her, when she called Coakley back actually at like 11:35 or something, Coakley says she was in the car and had to pull over. I don't believe that because at 11:40 she was on her computer mapping her way to Schmitz, or from Schmitz to Zipper's house. So she already knew how to get to Schmitz, but she didn't know how to get to Zipper. So she had mapped that. And you see her mapping that from like 11:40 to 11:44. And then I go into the call too about, because she's also making the call to Janda's at that time, and she doesn't have the address because people confuse. I think they might have switched that out with Zippers, but I don't think that either. And then the guy Speckman, he's saying she's in Sheboygan at 11 or 12 o'clock. What was it, 12:45 when he called or something like that? Yeah. But she's still pinging her tower at home, and that's quite a distance to be in Sheboygan and still pinging the same tower you're pinging while you're sitting at home. So I don't think she was actually, I think it's a possibility she just left it on her desk and that's where they found it. However, she could have made it home, put it on her desk, but then why put that on her desk and not her other paperwork? And why get rid of the paperwork? Well, I guess if it was Ryan, he'd want to not, if he's trying to frame Avery, but I don't think he was necessarily, I don't know what he was doing.
Well, the thing is that we don't know, in this whole case, where the crime ended and the cover up began. Right. Is there a scenario in your mind that, so let's say Ryan is guilty, the cops actually discover it and they say, hey, bud, this is your lucky day.
So this is my scenario with Ryan is off of school, no longer in school. He hasn't gotten his license yet. He's at home again with his parents after living away for some time in colleges, and he's bored and he's, for like 3 weeks up until the week before she goes missing, their calls are like back and forth. They're actually, looks like they're having more of a friendship than they did in any other month earlier that year. So I don't know. I think maybe something happened there. He had another girl he started talking to, and the very first day that girl called him is the same day that Teresa and him stopped talking on the phone. I find that suspicious. Her name was Fauna, and so I found that suspicious. And then like a week later, she's missing. So there are rumors of him like following people around at work, following them to their homes. So I can see Ryan following her that morning, or actually seeing the fax on the machine or something, seeing the only appointment she had was Zipper. And then so I think he may have followed her there. I think whatever happened in Manitowoc. I think maybe he hit her with the car, or she hit his car knowing he was following her, or she knew he was following her. So people describe her as feisty. I'm a feisty person, and if somebody keeps stalking me, I might run my car into them. Just hard enough to give them a shock, and hard enough for her to have to fix something with the tools. For me, the crime happened at the back of the car, wherever the car was, and that's how that spatter got on the back door. Somebody hit her over the head, most likely strangled her. The scratches on his hands show that he was possibly strangling someone, and they're scratching to get free at his hands. So I just see that happening, and I think he just left the body, to be honest, in the back of the car and hid the car somewhere near Zipper's house where they find it. And that's where I think the crime of the killer stopped and the crime of the framing began, was on the 3rd, when Colburn actually called in the plates. For
So
me,
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was just going to ask you what you make of the the document that's floating around that has the RAV taken in on the 3rd. Does that fit with your story, or do you believe the computer glitch story?
See, I don't know, man, because why would you put that it was seized on that day? I mean, that's not a computer glitch.
Yeah, because if you're an idiot and find it like Coburn, right, and then say, oh no, we're not finding that today. That's going back to Avery's. It's just too late to enter it from the computer, and they decide to call the computer glitch later.
Right.
So there's something like that, But yeah, I don't just, do you believe it or not? I mean, if you had your head wits about you, you'd not put it in. But there's got to be some people who aren't involved in the conspiracy that are going to, fuck up somehow.
Well, I think some people were actually writing reports that were true, right? To what they were seeing. And then I think that might be why a lot of the Manitowoc County Sheriff's reports are missing, because there should be 1,000 more pages, in my opinion.
Didn't Coburn, hasn't Coburn said that that the Manitowoc didn't actually have documentation responsibility because they only had, sort of oversight, or not even oversight, what's the right word, just sort of accompanying, helper kind of roles that weren't official? Or
I don't know. I don't know if Colburn said that, but I do know that when I had a conversation with Jacobs on Facebook, he was like, I said, why didn't you write a report? And he's like, because we were only assisting. But then 2 months before that, they were intimately involved. So which one are you? And then I mentioned how Calumet County is pointing the finger at Jacobs as the one who was supposed to seize the Zipper voicemail when they, that's all in one of the motions. When Kathleen Zellner tried to get the Zipper message, they directed him back to Manitowoc. And I told him, so see, had you written a report that said, today I got the Zipper message and I handed it over to Deirdre, there'd be a report showing that. But right now there's nothing.
Yeah. Does Jacobs deny? Does Jacobs deny that he actually recorded that on his cell phone?
He does not. He did not mention anything. He just told me that he couldn't debate with a Netflix lawyer, and that he had to stop talking to me, and then he died a couple months later. I was like, I'm obviously too educated on this case that he can't discuss it with me.
I forgot he died. That's right.
Mm-hmm. He died right before all the COVID stuff, so I wonder if it was some kind of COVID thing.
Could have been.
Mm-hmm.
Could have been.
He was kind of young. Other things with Ryan that I find suspicious is somebody re-looked at the Avery. On the 10th, she had that hustle shot, right? And she goes over to Avery's and takes pictures. And she, on that day, on the 10th, she had did a map search from Avery's to one of her other clients that she was going to. And that map, that's the only map that was reopened on the 21st of the month, which would have been a weekend. And she was going to that party that time. That was the day of the party. So her pinging towers are all over Green Bay and stuff. So it just seems weird that she would be Wi-Fi wasn't really big back in 2005 for her to be on her computer outside of her house. Was it hardwired? I still remember AOL from back then. So I don't know. So if she's in her car, then maybe she re-looked up that address. But why would she look up the Avery address? Why do that at all? She wasn't in that area at all. She wasn't going to that area at all. She was spending all of her time in De Pere in Green Bay. So who opened that map? And if the computer was at home, it would have had to be somebody in her home. And who's in her home? Scott Blodorn and possibly
Right.
Ryan Hillegas, because he stops by. When he says he stops by, he's like, sometimes I stop by like once a week. Sometimes I'm there 3 or 4 times a week. Well, which one is it? Is it day, morning? Is it morning, noon, or night, dude? Or is it once or twice a week or 5 times a week? And do you spend the night there? Like those questions never got asked of him. Like I have to
Well,
wonder.
he doesn't know anything. When they do ask him, he goes, "Oh, was it morning, noon, or night? Oh, I don't know. I just
Right,
don't
like,
know."
I don't know. And then he's like, this is my best friend. Well, how do you not remember the last conversation you had with your best friend right before she disappeared? How do you not know if it was morning, noon, or night? But you can tell me that Pam came at 9 a.m. on the 5th to get the map and the phone and the camera, So
Right.
it's like, to me, that's
Selective memory.
suspicious. Yes, and why select not to remember that if that is if it was an honest, I just saw her in front of her computer. You know what I mean?
I thought the last time he saw her alive, she was wearing a cowgirl outfit.
See, that's the whole thing. Like one time he's telling you he saw her in front of her computer and he was dropping something off for Scott. And then in an interview with the friend somewhere around like November 13th or 14th, after they, knew she was gone or whatever, they have like the one girl, Aubrey or whatever her name is, she tells them that the last time she saw her was at that party on November 21st wearing the cowgirl outfit. And then somehow that becomes part of Ryan's story in April or May of 2006 when he's talking to the Milwaukee magazine doing the Blood Simple story. So it's interesting how his story changes and he picks up like they're little truths, but the best way to lie is by using little truths that make it seem more viable, in my opinion. So that came later. So which one is it? Was she sitting in front of the computer or was she off to a party in Appleton or wherever he said it was at?
Yeah, well, people whose stories change, you start to focus on them like a laser beam, don't you?
I do.
I mean, you, anybody. So which is the party that Ryan got in a fight?
Now, see, that's rumored. That was a rumor that was made up by this guy, Mark Duncan, who was he was in the Facebook groups, and then like he decided to leave one day. He told me and a couple other people that it was a rumor he started just to see how far it went. And then by the time I stopped talking to him, he's hanging out with guilters. So I think he was always a guilter and never a truther, and he just wanted to fuck with the truthers by spreading this rumor to see how far it would go. So I don't believe that at all. I don't think he was there that night. The guy who was at the bar for that night, they were hanging out in Stockton. Am I saying that right? And that guy, I think, is actually in MAM too. The guy who owns that bar.
Really?
He's the one who's saying, she's gone. But if there's a possibility that these people are innocent, then why not look at it again? Because it's their lives now. She's already gone. And I thought that was mighty big of him. I think he's the bar owner in Stockton. Or is that Stockbridge? Maybe it's Stockbridge. Does anyone know that name? That's where they met him too. When he went to do his interview in 2017, they met in Stockbridge. I think it's Stockbridge.
Absolutely, it's Stockbridge.
Yeah,
I can pull the map up if you want to see it.
It's like south. It's on the Winnebago and it's south of Hilbert. I know where it is on the map. You can show it though for others if they want to see.
No, she's pulling the map up, I think.
My funny face is in honor of Nosy, by the way.
No, that's not much of a nose.
Exactly.
Just for the only point of contention, here's Harbor Bar. This is a bar you could go to.
I'm not sure if it was that one, though. It might have been one in the middle of town.
So there's Stockbridge.
There's also a call from
and there's
him.
Hilbert. You see how close there.
Yeah, they're not that far. Like Sherwood is right next.
I mean,
to
that's
Dover.
kind of her. It might be her closest, like,
Bar.
decent bar to go to. You don't know. Like, that might be. Otherwise, you got Chilton.
Well, there
Might be
is
her
a
local.
call. There is a call on also on the, I think it's the Calumet County calls for dispatch from the same guy who owns the bar, who called about her being there that Saturday before Halloween with Kelly Pitson, and he's friends with Kelly Pitson. So if there was some kind of fight or something there, I think he would have mentioned it at that time on the call too. Like, that's more proof to me that there was no fight at the bar on the 29th when she was there.
Good point. I'm glad. I'm glad I had a chance to hear you talk about this, because that's always one of the things that I've sort of accepted as true, and just glad to hear it debunked.
The other rumor is that he followed the girl home. I haven't been able to debunk that one. That the rumor is he followed a girl home from work, another nurse or something, and instead of having like an order of protection done, the hospital kind of set it up so that instead of that, he would just not work in the intensive care unit, and she would, she wouldn't work with him. He wouldn't be working with her to avoid any situations that might have happened, because to get an order of protection, he probably wouldn't have been able to go to work either, right? Like if she worked at the same hospital. So I think they saved him in a way.
It's usually like 1,000 feet or restraining order. Yeah.
Right. So I think that's a possibility that it could have happened, and then there's also a possibility it's a lie, and it's just somebody else making up stories to see how far they will go.
Now
Can
what
I-
about? Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
So I was going to ask Mystic Jinx, what about the story that Teresa declined to do photography at a wedding just because Ryan was going to be there?
See, now that's also like hearsay by Tom Pierce, right? He's the one who said that, and then he's like he was smoking pot or something there too. Like that was part of that story. But it's interesting because I mean, if it was a wedding, when was it? Was it shortly before she was disappeared and was murdered, or was it like years before? I mean, how long was she a photographer for, and how long did she know Tom Pierce? It could have been at any point.
I see. Okay, that's good to know. I guess I had thought it was. I'd always assumed it was pretty recent because, those who would impugn Ryan like to, turn him belligerent near the end, right? So it's good to know that this is more hearsay. And so I'm not. Again, I'm just another thing from Pierce. I mean, he's on the list.
I have to wonder about him though, because he's like going into dementia, right? Like that's been something that's been said. So it's like I have a hard time believing that he would be able to lie, right? Because how do you lie when you don't even know? I would think he's just telling the truth from what he remembers, and maybe he's not supposed to be telling us what he remembers because the story is Stephen killed her. Like I have to wonder about his memory. Like maybe it's not actually lying. Maybe he's just repeating things that are actually in his memory that are popping up in his dementia. That
Now,
makes sense.
is his dementia? You talking about? Is that now, or is that at the time of the trial?
That's now. Like in
No.
that story about him being at the wedding and having to take over the wedding. That's more recent. That's in more of his recent affidavits with Kathleen, if I remember right. So he's going through that dementia now. I think they even talk about it when Calumet County re-interviews him in 2017. I think he even talks about how he is starting dementia or Alzheimer's and having a little difficulty with his memory. And they made note of it, because of course they need to make note of it because Calumet County wants to be like, oh, he's lying because he doesn't remember.
Yeah.
But I have to wonder if he's actually being truthful because he doesn't remember to lie.
Right. Yep.
So
we'll get to Tom, I think.
maybe.
Jeff, do you see Jeff's question in the chat?
No,
The private chat of the stream here.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I can read it.
Yeah, read it.
Like I wanted to ask you specifically why Ryan is a good suspect, and maybe that's all you need, but could you summarize your top
I think
reasons? I mean, you're someone that's really looked into him closer than almost anybody, maybe than anybody.
he's close to her. He has no job, he has no job, no schooling. He's at home all day. He had complete opportunity, right? Because he's got nothing to do with his time. You have him and her having some sort of like reconnection with their phone calls and connecting with each other for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks prior to her going missing, or prior, and then a week before she goes missing, he stops. He's got scratches on his hands, bruises on his other hand. There's red paint on the car. He owned a red car. Somebody's reaccessing her emails. Somebody's reaccessing her voicemails. He moves into the house. What else is there? How many other more reasons can I come up with?
Well, and he also seems like he knows where everything is in the house too.
Right. He goes in there. He's like, we need to find her camera box. Oh, it's right there in the, it's like he's been through all of her underwear. Let me show you where she keeps her dirty underwear. I mean, he was all over that house, and he was living there for that time for whatever reasons. I have to wonder how often he did spend the night at Teresa's house as Scott's guest, being too drunk to drive home or any other reason or excuse, What else is there?
There's a good one. Chair Yoga says that he gave Pam the camera and the map.
He gives but I have to wonder if that was done because of Pagel, because Pagel and Deirdre were there that morning. They were there faxing the test fax at like 8:52, and Ryan tells you that she comes late. He waited around for her. Why did he wait for her?
Where is there, Mystic Jinx? Where is there?
At Teresa's house. Okay. Teresa's house is where they met.
The search party, you mean?
For the search parties, right? That's what there is Teresa's house. He waits around at Teresa's house for Pam to show up, who came 2 hours late, and and then Pagel and Deirdre are there at the same time at Teresa's house, test faxing. You hear it on the phone calls for the dispatch, and you see it on the test fax. It also shows that there was an 11-hour difference, but they don't seem to recognize that at all during the whole trial or investigation. But and you're right, he does. I think Pagel and he was kind of like, okay, do you have a camera that she can use? And Scott was like, yeah, sure, I do. I don't think necessarily Ryan was the one directing her. I think law enforcement was. Maybe via the untrained LE that Ryan had become.
Right.
And why make him an untrained LE? Why not look at that guy? Why not look at the roommate that lives with her? These are people that are close to her. Often it's somebody close to the victim that murders you.
Now, can you confirm or state as rumor the alleged sexual relationship between Scott B and Teresa?
Now, who can verify that? The only time we've ever heard that was from Brad Check. And Brad Check is another suspect, in my opinion. So, of course, him pointing the finger at someone else. However, if she did have a sexual relationship with Scott B and Ryan got wind of that, would that have ticked some boxes for Ryan to be angry with her or stalking her? But there's no confirmation of that, really. Scott never came out and said, yeah, I slept with her. Only Brad.
Okay.
What do you think? You think that's truth?
Well, now it's some things you've been exposed to for so long. You think they're truth just because you've heard it so many times,
right?
And now that you're saying it's hearsay, I sort of believe that, and I'm going to have to go back and see if I can't find the source of it.
I think it was Brad Check who told police that she had sexual relations with the roommate.
Okay.
With Scott. So that's the only time I've ever heard it. And he didn't testify. And when Ryan testified, no, they're just friends. They're just roommates. he testified on behalf of Scott, in my opinion. Another hearsay. How do you know? How do you know they haven't had a sexual relationship? Maybe he was unaware of it. Maybe Brad Chuck was really the only one that knew it. And then it's like, so Jolene is pointing at Brad. Brad is pointing at Scott. It's a lot of pointings.
Well, who's the
Welcome
first?
to the studio, Jack from Foul Play. How's it going, Jack?
Hey, Jack.
Hi, Jack.
Hello.
Jack, good to see you again, buddy.
Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Absolutely.
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. I'm not sure what you guys are discussing, so we got finished and I jumped in.
Absolutely. Thanks for popping over. We are talking about suspects. We're on number 1. We've been going 30 minutes and we're still on number 1. So I don't know if we'll get through this list, but Ryan Hillegas, do you have any, give us your take as him as a suspect?
I have strong feelings about him because this is someone that Teresa knew, for years. They were in a relationship, and I'm just have strong, really bad feelings because he lied so many times. And I don't understand why somebody that professed his love for her at one time, at least as far as we know, was very close with her, and then all of a sudden we get into this situation of her, being killed, that he has to lie. There are just other things that, without having anything in my hand to say he did it, it's speculatory. It just makes me, I don't know. I just get a really weird feeling about him because of all the lies that he told, that he didn't need to do unless prompted by someone else. And why would he agree to it?
I also want to point out, he did that blotter in his college paper where they asked him what he was most scared of, which was like the Halloween paper too. And he put women because they're evil. And you have to remember that his relationship with Teresa was part of high school and part of college. So was that right when he broke up with her that he's saying women are evil? I have to wonder about that too. And why did he think she was so evil? Or any woman. He's obviously got issues with women, so that's that's right there too.
So why do you think it is that he can't remember what it was that he dropped off to Scott on the 30th?
I don't even think they asked him, what were you dropping off? They totally failed there. Like, it's like, even, and I have to say Buting and Dean kind of fucked up there too, because what did she drop off? What time did you drop it off? Was Scott home when you dropped it off? Or were you alone with Teresa in the house? There's a lot of questions there that were never even asked. And that would be one of them. Like, what did you drop off to Scott?
Isn't that in Queso? Didn't they ask him in Queso? Doesn't he say in Queso that he went there on the 30th and couldn't remember what he dropped off?
I think if it's in any of the written records, it would probably be DCI records and not Calumet County. Because I only remember him being like, "Oh yeah, I came over on the 30th on Sunday, and we talked about parties that we had attended that weekend." The same thing that Scott had said the day before. So that's what I mean about his repeating stuff that he hears. So he hears Scott say that, so he kind of turns and twists it into his own little, "I was here on the 30th, and we talked about, which parties she had gone to, or her holiday weekend or whatever." And then all of a sudden in April, it changes to now he saw her dressed up as a, and then at trial, it was like, "I saw her in front of her computer when I stopped to drop off something for Scott." It's like, well, which answer is it? There's too many different variations of it to believe that he's telling the truth. This is his best friend, somebody he dated for 5 years in high school and college, and yet he can't remember, when he actually saw her, and it's either he can't remember or he doesn't want to remember the last time that he saw her, because the last time that he saw her, he was knocking her out with some tool at the back of the ramp. In my opinion, maybe. Suspicion.
Correct. Yeah.
His aunt actually reached out to me on Riddle Me This, Ryan Hillegas.
Oh.
She wrote me a message there. I can read it to you guys if you want.
Yeah, let's hear it. Yeah.
All right, let me open my little thing here to get to it. I was pretty surprised, and I looked her up. She is an aunt of his, so I did look that up just to be sure that it wasn't some random person.
Yeah, I wanted to make the point that there's new data that says that it's actually not the person, that Kel's comment is up there. The stats show that the acquaintances, people that you know that you aren't in a sexual relationship with, are more likely to kill you now. So it has changed, or there's new data. So that's something that came up in the podcast this week, and Kel was on point to bring it up. So I just wanted to make that clarification there. Thanks, Kel.
Well, wouldn't he have been an acquaintance at that point because she's no longer dating him and barely talking to him?
That's how you throw the curveball. Nice work there, James.
But I think it's up there, though. I mean, so if you're talking about the Family Feud answers, right? It's you're going to get a lot of points for close acquaintances.
But even if it's an acquaintance, right? It is somebody that knows her, in some capacity.
Absolutely. So, I think those are, if you bulk those two together, I got to believe that those are in the 90th percentile.
But if you say an acquaintance, then I mean, sadly to say, it could really have been somebody just acquainted to her by work.
Like Tom Pierce, for example.
Well, he would probably be more of a friend and a business partner, because a coworker, I don't know if that would be an acquaintance. Would that be an acquaintance, Kel? You might know more than I do on that subject.
Somebody who knows you, right? You're more likely to get killed by somebody who knows you than somebody who doesn't.
Yeah, I don't see any motive for. I can see anger being a motive for Ryan Hillegas, just pure rage at the time. Things went overboard. Not like he set out to kill her. You know what I mean? To me, it's like a rage kill, and then he's like, "Oh fuck, I killed her. What do I do? Let me call my sister. Let's hide the car over here, and let's get the fuck out of here." Let's point everybody at Avery's because she was over there because I followed her and I know.
I think that's the point that Kel was making, the beyond the acquaintance, and we kind of jokingly put Ryan Hillegas back into that, but it's not. It's someone like you see at the gas station 30 times, something like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like you feel something like that. Like you know them, you see them, but they're not like so close. So Denny says, so like Bobby.
Sorry, I mean he is on the list.
Okay, but if Bobby saw her, he didn't see her.
Don't jump ahead too far now, kid.
I am sorry.
I have to ask myself, why would, if Fassbender's being truthful, now we don't have any words from Ryan's per se, but why would Fassbender say, "Oh well, about this damage to her car"?
Oh, that one I didn't
Bobby,
bring up.
But Bobby, and we all know the story. Bobby says that, or not Bobby, I'm sorry. Ryan says, she wrecked her car and she just decided to take the payout and not get her car fixed. Why would he do that? We need some confirmation of that. Did he actually tell Fassbender that?
See, now that makes me think that that is what happened. It makes me, it goes more to the theory of Ryan and her. Like I could see him sitting across the street at the what is that? The church by Zippers, just waiting for her to come to the place so he can watch her do her job. She sees him and drives her little Rav over there and whacks him in the car, and they get out. She doesn't call the police because, for one, she's at fault, and he's stalking her, and she knows him. She trusts him enough to have this fight with him. They're fixing the car. She has the door open in the back. She's got, I don't see her doing that with just a random stranger. It had to be somebody she knew. And I believe that part of the accident happened part of the crime. It's not part of the hiding of the RAV on the property with that red car, not in my opinion. So who would be able to do that? Who would she give that much trust to? How about an ex-boyfriend that she's been seeing for a long time? Probably had fights with them for a long time. Another thing Pierce had said is that there was somebody she dated in college that she had an abusive relationship with, whether it was physical or verbal, he was not sure. He never saw any bruises on her. But that makes you wonder if they've had these fights, these abusive fights where they go back and forth, and that she's just used to that. And it's the only reason I can see her being at the back of that door with the RAV open is because there was that damage on the light, and she was fixing it, fighting with somebody she knew. And she's like, look, you're stalking me now. I'm going to call the cops on you. He grabs her by the throat. She starts choking her. She scratches at the person's hands, and he starts beating her with the tool that they used to get the light or to fix whatever was going on with the front of the car there. And that was the end of Teresa. That's what I think. And it all goes back to Ryan.
So the red paint that you're talking about, that's actually damage to the car that you would be able to see if you moved away the Rambler hood, right? It's in that area.
No, the red paint is at the light, right? Like right at the light, there was a little tiny red ball of paint that was in the little dent, like crack of her. What is that called there in the front?
Front bumper.
The bumper. And the way that they are now, they're not metal, so it will like squished. It's that fiberglass stuff, and there was a little piece of red paint in there. And then also by the scratches by the light, there's red. There's like red markings. And how does that usually happen? In an accident with another car. At least in my experience, or something that was painted red. And he just so happened to have a red Toyota Corolla at the time. So, you know, it's just all these little things that start adding up, and they just make him look very suspicious in my eyes.
Now, you haven't read us the ant stuff yet? I didn't miss that because I was drinking, right?
What's that?
You haven't read us the ant stuff yet, right?
Oh, no. I didn't know.
Okay. I am drinking, so I get forgetful.
Okay. So the woman's name is Lori Veatch, Veatch, and she gets cut off in her sentence at the end here. So, and there's 4 replies, but I only see 3. So I don't know if she wrote something that was so offensive after that it just got blocked by YouTube or what, because I didn't block it. But she says, I don't know who you are or what makes you an expert on this case, but Ryan Hillegas is my nephew and one of the most honorable people I know. So what? They dated in high school? That makes him a suspect? Again, I don't know if you fashion yourself some kind of supersets. And then she wrote BU. I think she was supposed to say but or something like that, but she got cut off. So I don't know exactly what she said. But Ripper had the best reply. He said, Lori V. to Itch, I want you to believe you, and I think Ryan wants you to help him. Please have Ryan go meet with Kathleen Zellner and answer her questions. That's the honorable thing to do if he's honorable like you claim. Thanks in advance.
Right. Ripper's great, isn't he?
Yeah, I wish I would have said that. I just said, hey, look, there's so much weird stuff going on that you have to blame MTSO and CASO and the DCI agents that did not do their job ruling him out. So maybe he should go talk to Kathleen Zellner. Remember, there was Ted Bundy was the stranger beside me or something like that, I said to her. Well, I am definitely not Nancy Grace. Sorry.
Nancy Disgrace.
Shane's like, why am I hearing Nancy Grace?
Wow.
So yeah, she did reach out. I don't know what she doesn't even live in the area, so I have to wonder if she just does it, you know, because it's her nephew.
Yeah.
To go back to Jack's point, I think it's pretty interesting when you read Fassbender's report and all the stuff that he's got Hillegas doing. I noticed in chat somebody thought maybe Ryan was an agent for LE.
Yeah.
But
He was an untrained LE,
there
the
you go.
person who used.
It's
I think
very,
the fact that he calls him that at trial should be a question then of like whether or not Pam had the right to go in there, because you basically admitted that you were using him as untrained at law enforcement.
that's correct, and they have to be very careful because if all of a sudden he's an agent of law enforcement, then he cannot act without a search warrant.
Changes everything.
Yeah, that's
Because
absolutely
he's
right.
the one who sent Pam, right? Like gave her the camera, gave her the numbers,
Map.
the map, and the Pagel's number. Why didn't she
And
call
what was it?
Ryan, like the search party guy? Why wasn't that the first person she was supposed to get a hold of? Why not 911? Why was it Pagel's number?
So another question, Mystic Jinx, I would have for you. What about these dropped calls? These 20-some dropped calls that he has.
That's another interesting thing. Like, how would he ever know that Manitowoc is an area? Like, because that's the reason he supposedly gave her what Pagel's number was, because of service out there. Like, why would that have anything to do with service anyway? Like, if she has no service, she's not going to be able to call any of these numbers.
That's right.
And then he's got the 22 dropped calls. So he knows it's like proof. I don't know if he's actually calling law enforcement though. Like, that's, how does Kathleen Zellner know that? I can't, like, unless she got his record from the archives like she did Teresa's, that it shows every number even when it's private. Like, Teresa's archive shows the star 67s of that doesn't show on her regular record for that one call at 224.
If he was calling a number that was restricted, it would not show that number.
Ever, not even on the archival.
Correct.
Well, she has to figure out who it was because she says it's law enforcement. She's the only one who says it's law enforcement.
A law enforcement number would be an example of a restricted number. It's not the only kind of restricted number. Mine is restricted, for example, because I get my, my company has a relationship with the federal government, and therefore, we get part of the bulk deal, and it's restricted. And my wife's is restricted. She's a hospice nurse, and she has a lot of calls, and they just don't want her getting, it's not. She would get 1 million calls a day. She has like 20 patients on her roster, so hers is restricted as well. So that's just the nature of. So I think what I'm saying is that you're absolutely right in that she does have some burden to show why it is. But I think Ryan. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Ryan has said I don't remember these 20 drop calls.
I don't even think they mentioned anything about. Oh, that was in the 2017 with Deirdre, probably.
I think so. Yeah.
But are they dropped calls? Like Denny says, it's not dropped calls, but no caller ID. That's what it says on the thing. No caller ID. So were they dropped?
Somebody 20 times within some short amount of time, then, right?
Well, the calls are like 22 calls between like 3 something and 7 something. So that's a couple of hours worth of time to get, and she's missing. So I don't know. Is that a lot of calls to be getting? Maybe. Is it because they're dropping, or is it because they're just LE calling him on those numbers? Or that's a good question. Were they dropped? It does show though on his phone record that he did have so many minutes of dropped calls. It does show that on his phone record. Oh, you know what? I think there's a D next to them when they're dropped, and I think that's how they found that out. So the dropped calls would have a D next to it, and it does show that he was, he wasn't being billed for his dropped phone calls on his phone record. I'd have to open his phone record again to be sure, but I think
just took a look at it again. It does have the D that you were talking about,
right?
And then the other thing is they're all incoming.
Right. They're all incoming calls and they're all dropped. So who's ever calling him is calling him in an area where he's at that he's dropping these calls are dropping. So it is and he says that he gives Pam that, what do you call it? So it is very possible that he was out in Manitowoc at that time on the 4th. What was he doing over there? I don't know.
I can verify to you that the only way to drop a call is for that call to be established in the first place.
Right.
So, right. So I mean, just
well, the calls are between. They're not little short calls either. Like, I mean, they're not long calls, but they're not like 20 seconds. There's like 1 minute ones, 2 minute ones, 3 minute ones, some 40-second ones. You know, they all differ. They're not like all very like short. Like he answers and it just hangs up. He's able to answer it and say a few things before they actually drop. Right. Like.
Yeah, their majority of them are anywhere from 2 minutes to 4 minutes. I think the longest one I see is about a 7-minute conversation.
Right. And what times is that between? Like, I know there was like a drop call at like 3 something, and then it has a couple of calls, and then there's a whole list of dropped calls.
Yeah, there was the one that's at what is that? 15:11. So 10 after 3. That one does not have a D next to it. It does have the no caller ID, but then starting at 4:15 all the way up until 7:25.
Look at that! I remembered. I was pretty close.
It's also interesting that, and this is neither here nor there. I'm just throwing it in the mix. That not one of those calls is captured by Manitowoc and any of our dispatch, nor Calumet.
You mean if it were to law enforcement?
Right.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Maybe I'm wrong, but could the dropped call be like, even though it's listing dropped on his end, could the person who was on the other end of that call be dropping the calls as well? Like, could it have been the cop's phone that dropped the call?
Was it an incoming call?
Yes.
They were incoming, yes.
I have to answer that maybe, and that would depend on what carrier he had and how they handle billing. So
he had Alltel, if that helps.
No, it doesn't help me now.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you remember back in the day when it first started up, you get billed for an incoming call, right?
Yeah.
And you'd have to pay the minutes, and then people went ballistic. I'm not going to pay, so how am I supposed to be able to control spam calls that come to me? I'm not going to pay for that. That was a big contentious thing, and they stopped doing that. But they had to track it, and that's why you can track incoming calls at all.
Well, that's interesting, because if they're incoming calls, he only got charged for outgoing calls, I think, on that bill. It wasn't like incoming calls that he got charged for, was it? Maybe he had. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think he had unlimited minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he had the unlimited plan. I recall that.
I believe that he also had text messages that showed he had made several text messages too, but we never seen any of those either. Teresa as well.
Don't get me started on text, please. I'll go for hours on pieces of the GSM architecture. Yeah.
So, yeah, I definitely look a lot at. I'm probably missing stuff. One of the things I did recently ask for was some warrants, or not warrants, subpoenas that were written by Wendy Baldwin on, she wrote a report about doing them. I think it was just a Denny that had suggested that one.
Yeah,
and
we had talked about that.
And one of the interesting things is, in one of the subpoenas, she lists the roommate as being Ryan Hillegas. I thought that was kind of interesting. Was that because he was living there at the time, or what? How did that confusion happen?
I don't know. I just want to remind everybody, these are opinions and speculation. Just to be clear, if I didn't make that clear in the beginning, yes. Just a good time to make that, because these are, we're not accusing anybody of anything. These are just basically what we're laying out is, who do we think the cops should have investigated more, and what have we been able to dig up on them since, right? And so that's what this discussion is about. I just need to be clear.
Sadly, it was the cops' duty to rule people out as well as rule people in, and they never did that. with all of these other suspects, and that's why we look at them with questions and opinions.
So, does anybody have any? I mean, we could talk. I mean, you did a 3-hour show about Ryan. We've talked about him for 54 minutes. I think.
Yeah.
Unless there's anything that we need to wrap up on him, anybody last things, then we'll move on to the German, which was originally what Big Jeff and I had talked about doing as a standalone video. So, anybody else have anything on Ryan to add? Anything that's relevant?
I think that's good for me.
No.
Okay, well, I'll give you my 2 cents on Ryan. Something's up. He's lying about something. I don't know what he's lying about, but that's how I feel. That's all I can say at this point. I don't like his performance on the stand. His testimony is questionable. He rubs me the wrong way. It shouldn't be any funny business with him. There's really no reason for him to have any funny business. He should just be the friend that's looking to try to help find his missing ex-girlfriend, right? So, yeah, that's where I'm at with Ryan. Interesting cat. Something's up. And then let's move on to the next one, which is, should we put his real name on there? I guess we just call him the German. That's fair, because then
the German.
It's a little easier.
It is, and you know, with all the German-sounding names that go on in Manitowoc, you really have to have a really, really German-sounding name to get nicknamed the German. And Denny, what do we say his first name again was? Siegfried. Siegfried Braun is his real name. Now, the reason why
was Berg.
Yeah,
Berg. Sorry, Berg. So we're going to read you some text from Mike Griesbach's book, again, Indefensible. And Mike Griesbach uses a pseudonym for the German in his book, and that pseudonym is Wolfgang Braun. So that's where I got the Braun from. So I'm going to read this text. I'm not sure if you're going to put it up or not. I sent you the text. Thank you, J. Jax, for getting me the text that I asked for out of this book.
Absolutely.
And for those people who haven't heard about the German before, you're going to find this text a little bit surprising about some of the things that Griesbach says. Now I'm gonna start reading from chapter 6. So if you scroll to the table of contents, I think you can click on chapter 6. Yeah. Merry Christmas, right? So scroll down, so we'll start on the second page of chapter 6. And so, okay, so who is Convoluted Brian? Convoluted Brian, like us, is an internet researcher whose research spans many cases, not just the Avery case, but he has spent some time on the Avery case. And one of his primary suspects is this guy we're calling the German. There's people around who have done deeper research on him. I'm not sure, Jack, if Loopy Lou is still around foul play. She had done some research on him.
I haven't seen her in a long time.
She actually reached out to someone who was allegedly in contact with his wife. And maybe I can give you the update. I mean, it's all hearsay and all speculation, as Jeff said. But so the just to set up the first page that I'm not going to read, it's Christmas time, and Mike Griesbach comes home, and what's his family watching on Netflix? But Making a Murderer, and he can't even get his family to talk to him. So he interrupts his family to tell his wife that Convoluted Brian had emailed him about Wolfgang, the German, and Sophie, who is the pseudonym for the German's wife, whose real life name is Ava Braun. Believe it, right? Of all names, and if you can't remember who the historical Ava Braun is, look it up. Okay, so to tell her that Convoluted Brian had emailed me Wolfgang and Sophie's names, and that I had been the prosecutor on the file. So it turns out that that Griesbach had handled the case in the past for the German. So Jody had an excellent memory, and she immediately recognized Wolfgang's name. I probably forgot it an hour after he entered his plea. That meant there was something highly unusual about Wolfgang Braun, because I rarely discuss cases at home. It's not that I mind talking about my job or that I can't. Other than juvenile cases, they're almost all a matter of public record. But most of my days are pretty boring, at least at this point in my career. Naturally patient, Jody's almost always willing to listen, but the kids will only pretend to listen to me for so long. Besides, my job is not exactly uplifting. As cops and prosecutors, we spend most of our time dealing with people when they are at their worst, when they have done something that will only make their already difficult lives even more difficult. Many of them wish they could take it back until they get drunk or stoned the next time and repeat their criminal behavior, or maybe even take it up a notch or two in its severity. I suspect most cops feel the same way as I do. Why bring all of that home? Criminal cases divide roughly into equal parts of booze, greed, drugs, violence, and sex. Some of our defendants mix these ingredients together in a variety of dismal ways. You might think with this kind of material, the life of a prosecutor would never get dull, but you'd be wrong. Pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, and sloth, Chaucer's 7 deadly sins. None of us escape them. But peering into others falling prey to their temptations becomes tiresome after a while. We spend most of our day scrounging around in other people's lives, trying to figure out if we have enough evidence to prove their most recent transgression, and if so, what kind of punishment should be imposed and for how long. There's also a great deal of repetition involved. If you see, if you've seen one drunk driving case, you've seen them all, especially after more than 25 years in the business. A patrol officer stops a vehicle for weaving in or out of his lane. He approaches the vehicle. He notices the driver has bloodshot eyes, slurred speech, the odor of intoxicants emanating from his person. They might as well have an auto text program for these last 3 observations. The driver bombs the sobriety tests, including a few that most people would fail, stone cold sober. The drunk is arrested without incident unless he becomes unruly with the officer and must be decentralized and then assisted to the ground. After a quick stop to the hospital, take a blood sample, forcibly if necessary, which comes back later 2 or 3 times the legal limit. The driver is hauled off to jail. A well-trained monkey can handle the prosecution. Let me see. Okay, a totally separate category, though, are the half dozen or so cases every year that are serious enough or unique in some other way to warrant a discussion over the dinner table at home. Wolfgang Braun's cases fell into the second category, not because of the run-of-the-mill domestic violence offenses he committed, but because of an aura of danger, intelligence, and manipulation that was sufficient to place him in that year's fairly exclusive club of "I hope this guy doesn't kill somebody someday" membership. Jody remembered that I told her Wolfgang Braun was a German national and that he was creepy, but not much more. It was, after all, 10 years ago. I recall little more than what he looked like, and only after she reminded me of how I described him to her after coming home from work after his plea hearing. He was a fit, trim, strong, middle-aged man with close-cropped, short gray hair and intelligent eyes, smarter than anyone else in the room. I thought at the time, as I'm sure he did too, he was personable, if not outright friendly, with his attorney and everyone else in the courtroom before and during his sentencing hearing, despite or perhaps in part of because of his broken English. But I still remember thinking in court that day there was something very disturbing about Wolfgang Braun's personality, but that's as much as I could recall. To find out more, I need to review his files, hopefully the next day. Having exhausted my memory of Wolfgang, I went up to bed and fell asleep to Stephen Avery's plaintive voice, wondering why the police were after him again, along with the documentary's foreboding theme music, as both sounds made their way up the stairs and through my bedroom door. It was Christmas Eve and the courthouse was abandoned. When I arrived at the office the following day, I'd asked our receptionist the day before if she could retrieve the Braun files out of storage. and I must have shown a sufficient degree of deference because both of the files were on top of my desk when I arrived. I started with the criminal complaints, the ones I filed a decade ago, but had long since forgotten the details. Wolfgang was arrested on domestic violence charges after Sophie called 911 a little after 4 a.m. on Sunday, November 6th, 2005. So we're in the time frame, aren't we? Right. So the RAV4 was found on Saturday, November 5th, 2005. That was less than 18 hours after Teresa Halbach's RAV4 was discovered at the Avery salvage yard 6 miles away. He had punched Sophie on the right side of her head after she told him she would no longer help him get his green card. His visa had expired in August. As officers began escorting him from the house, he braced himself against the doorframe and struggled until they were able to decentralize him to the floor. The second complaint proved more interesting. On January 19th, 9 days after he was released from jail, Wolfgang showed up at 2:45 in the morning outside Sophie's door. The bail conditions from his first case were still in effect, including that he had no contact with Sophie, so he was in violation of bail, crime in itself. He forced his way into the residence, then shoved her around before taking her digital camera and wrestling her cell phone away. But it was the resisting charge that jogged my memory of why I considered Wolfgang so emotionally disturbed. When police arrived, Sophie told them after taking her camera, Wolfgang ran out of the door toward the northwest corner of the property. They eventually found him sitting in a grassy area in the midst of plowed fields with a pair of socks and a digital camera at his side. That was 4:21 in the morning in the middle of winter. As soon as he saw the police, Wolfgang tried strangling himself with the socks until they were able to subdue him with a few bursts of pepper spray to his face. He was then taken into custody and hauled off to jail, where he remained on a $1,000 cash bail until his sentencing hearing 2 months later. I leafed through the contents of his disheveled file and came across 3 photos of jailhouse graffiti written in thick block-styled letters in pencil that jogged my memory even more as to why I thought Wolfgang was so disturbed. A note from a corrections officer indicating that Wolfgang had drawn giant words on his cell's bathroom walls a few weeks before he was released. What in fairness is justified dash ever guilty. Read one of the messages on a 6 by 6 foot portion of one wall in half-inch wide lines to form the letters. It was difficult to decipher, probably in part because his English was poor. Did he mean what in fairness is justified? God bless you, read another. The third message, written on the wall immediately to the right of the cell's stainless steel toilet, but too large to have been accomplished while Wolfgang was doing his business, screamed, "Dead is freedom." One or two words were written above those, but they were too blurry to read, at least on the copy of the photo that I was looking at in the file. Wolfgang's writing on the jail walls and his behavior in the farm field that night, along with the vibe that he gave off later at a sentencing hearing, explained why I told Jody about him a decade earlier. But that's not what I was looking for. I was there to find out if Sophie told the police, or maybe even our office, that she suspected that he was involved with the Teresa Halbach murder. If she didn't pass on this information back then when it was fresh in her mind, then she probably made it all up several years later when she spoke with convoluted Brian. If that was the case, I could go back home and continue with our holiday cheer. I checked the file notes next. We made copies on stapled pages, only the left side of the defendant's file, to explain what occurred at every court proceeding or to scribble settlement offers. There's no time to draft final settlement letters in most district attorney offices. It's way too busy. One of my colleagues did bail hearings that day, and her notes indicated that Wolfgang Braun was a German national with an INS detainer. The fact that he had an INS detainer meant he was in the country unlawfully, and he would be sitting in jail until the feds deported him, unless for some reason they decided not to do so. The court commissioner set $500 cash bail just in case. I must have been on the intake that month because I ended up handling both files, and the next entry was mine. MG should handle the file, dangerous defendant with victim afraid he'll kill her if he's released. Look for max and or deportation. The victim witness coordinators or I must have spoken with Sophie to generate that note, so I rifled through the file to get the victim witnesses or V/W section. If Sophie said anything about Teresa Halbach's murder, this is where it would be. A memo written by Tammy Hendrickson, a pseudonym, I wonder who that could be, One of the victim witnesses coordinators at the time, recounting telephone conversations she had with Sophie, was on top. Tammy had written the memo to DA Mark Rohr at my direction, and an unusual number of emails and correspondence filled that part of the case file. Captioned State of Wisconsin versus Wolfgang Braun, case number blah, 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 and dated 29 December 2005. The memo was addressed to Rohr and began as follows. Per Mike's request, I am informing you of information the victim has told me over the telephone on the above entitled matter. It began by describing how frightened Sophie was of Wolfgang. Certain that Wolfgang would kill her if he was released on bail, she asked to be placed on the jail's victim contact list so they would immediately call her to give her time to leave the area if he was let out of jail. 10 lines down, she moved onto the topic that generated my request that she draft a memo. Sophie has stated that they live approximately 4 to 5 miles from Stephen Avery's residence and that there had been some suspicious incidents happening, such as she found a pair of women's panties that were not hers hidden in the house. Wolfgang Braun told Sophie with a suspicious grin that he burnt something. When she asked for an explanation, he said he burnt an old doll crib. She checked the crib and it wasn't burnt. Then she checked the burn barrels outside and they looked like they hadn't been used in a long time. Sophie called Hendrickson a few days later and said that she found a gasoline can, which looked like they had blood on it, and some bloody surgical gloves hidden in Wolfgang's toolbox in one of the outbuildings. Less than a month later, Teresa Hallbach was murdered. With the events fresh in her mind, Braun told our officers that she suspected her husband was involved in the murder. Over the next few hours, I would find out that she provided more detail to us than she had to convoluted Brian 2 years later. And we weren't the only ones in law enforcement she told. It made her account much more credible and threw my life into a tailspin. The rest of the file only added to the severity of the spin. I sat there frozen, staring over the open file. I couldn't move. How could I have forgotten? I prosecuted the case myself. Did we do it again? Did we wrongfully convict an innocent man twice? I leaned back in my chair and looked out my office window at Lake Michigan's angry, cold, wintry gray waters. The lake turns clear blue in the summer and even warms up enough for a swim in the latter part of July through the middle part of August, at least for the brave-hearted. But I wasn't thinking of summer and I wasn't feeling brave-hearted. I was thinking of Wolfgang Braun. This is a pretty good setup. You have to admit that if he's writing this, then he's like, and he actually takes the time to say, oh shit, did we convict Stephen Avery wrongfully twice? That there must be some bombshells coming, right? So let's listen for what these bombshells are. Did you have a comment, Mr. Jinx? I saw you went off mute for a second.
I was going to ask. He says there weren't any reports written that mention it, but then there is. Is that what the consensus I'm just getting?
He says he didn't remember there being any, and that's why he went and got back the file from the courthouse to look, because what happened was they were given to somebody else, and Griesbach just kind of handled the domestic abuse complaint, and didn't really either didn't look at them or never saw them, but they were there when he went back to look. Almost like Gregory Allen's file being in, the 1985 file. That
right. That's interesting.
It turns out that Braun had shared her suspicions about Wolfgang's involvement in the Hallbach murder with the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, but she was met with resistance. Can you guys believe that? Is that believable to you guys?
Never.
Come on.
Big Jeff, what does that even mean? Manitowoc are all honorable stand-up characters here.
Andy Coburn is so clean. We ought to have his picture on Mr. Bubble instead of him. Okay. According to Sophie, her first attempt via phone call was met by a response that they were too busy. And as Hendrickson quoted in another memo, didn't have time for such nonsense. Sophie provided statements and even physical evidence supporting her suspicion to 2 detectives, but again, according to Sophie, she was met with skepticism and concerns that were rebuffed. Now, do you think we have evidence numbers for the stuff that she gave? You think we'd have that? You think they would file it under the Avery case? And So that's question number one. And question number two.
You'd have to look for it under her case number. I bet that's where that evidence would be.
Okay, and number two, do you think that evidence still exists?
No.
It does not exist because it's been asked for.
It
No,
might
because
it's not in the Avery file, so they might not know to get rid of it.
They got rid of it. We know.
The next sentence you're going to read, we're going to find out who they actually talked to.
As luck, I fervently hope would have it, it was Dennis Jacobs. The late Dennis Jacobs was one of the detectives Sophie spoke with. So you know that if it's related to Avery, if it's exculpatory to Avery, Jacobs would be the first one to put it on a flagpole and wave it around, right?
It's with the zipper message.
Yeah.
Jacobs was famously heard in a documentary at the end of the first episode asking Dispatch, "Do we have Stephen Avery in custody, though?" No matter how I tried to tame the ill winds I confronted in the Wolfgang Braun file, they were headed straight in my direction in a swirling, dark, and devastating cloud. Nice try, Mike. And they were coming in fast. Did the sheriff's department pass on to Kratz what Sophie had told them? I doubt it. Even if they did, he wouldn't have cared. If they did, was Sophie's information followed up on, and were the results of the follow-up investigation disclosed to the defense? And what about me? Why did I tell Tammy to document what Sophie had told her? Was it just a cover your ass memo I wanted for the file? If it was, it wasn't a very good one, if it just sat in the file. Or did I make sure that the copy of the memo was sent to Kratz? Next came the most obvious and largest question of all. Was it possible that lightning had struck twice? Had Stephen Avery been wrongly convicted again, framed by the same sheriff's department that already had taken 18 years of his life and was apparently willing to take down his 16-year-old disadvantaged nephew as collateral damage? I didn't want to believe it. Everything I thought I knew about police and prosecutors and human nature itself would be turned on its head. I'd quit my job rather than continue to be part of the process. Jim Lake and Andy Coburn were two of the finest police officers I knew. Yeehaw.
Come on.
The last cops I'd suspected of planting evidence. If there's anything such as honest to a fault, Coburn in particular would fit the bill. Lank, likewise, was as solid as Wisconsin winter is long. There's no way these guys would plant evidence, and there's no way the entire sheriff's department would follow their lead. You don't need the entire sheriff's department, by the way, just in case you were wondering. Even the prosecutors would have to have known, because when you try a case like this, you work intimately with the police and you know every detail of the case. If evidence was planted, they would have known. Well, the rumor that I've heard, I don't know if you guys have heard this rumor, that Kratz actually confronted either Link Coburn or Link and Coburn and said to them, "You fucked up my case by planting that key." I mean, have you heard that rumor?
Well, to me, if the DA works so closely with these sheriff officers, it's not showing that they didn't know about the framing. It just shows me that he had known and he didn't care.
Yeah, I think Kratz was so concerned about the planting that he actually said to the jury, "Even if you think the key was planted," that says to me that he knows. So
he definitely knows.
I mean, Mike trying to give Kratz a pass here on sort of somehow not knowing that the key was planted is fallen a little short to me. But I continue.
All this other evidence that you have to look at.
That's right.
Ignore the key.
That's right. I continue. But if Sophie Braun was telling the truth, her husband Wolfgang, not Stephen Avery, was probably Teresa Hallback's killer, especially when the information she provided to convoluted Brian is added to what she told police. Given what Sophie told police, I could not see how it could be any different. To find out more, it would take more digging, but it was Christmas Eve and the digging would have to wait. I've been obsessed with the Avery case since September 2003, when a telephone call from the crime lab proved his innocence of one crime. But not that night. I would not allow a crime saga that began on a summer day in 1985 on the shores of Lake Michigan to ruin one of the most sacred nights of the year. For 3 decades, this crime saga had festered, and no matter what I found out, it was sure to fester more. So let's see, chapter 7. The Christmas spirit was alive when I returned home late that afternoon. A snowstorm was howling outside with 5 inches already on the ground and 7 more in the forecast before the storm moved on. Kind of like the day they found item FL. With a foot of snow expected and sustained northeasterly winds of 35 miles per hour off Lake Michigan, the storm fit squarely within the category of an official blizzard. Looking forward to a relaxing evening with plenty of holiday fare to eat and drink, I went into the kitchen and started telling Jody about Sophie Braun. I was determined to avoid discussing the Avery case for the rest of the day and night, but I knew she would ask me for the short version of what I had found out in Wolfgang's files. Jody and I met in law school, but it took us 5 years to figure out what was apparently obvious to our friends and families all along, that we were made for each other. There are few of law's or life's complicated scenarios that don't eventually find their way into the middle of one of our conversations. I value my wife's judgment more than anyone I've ever known, with the possible exception of my dad, who taught philanthropy for years at Marquette University. You know, Kratz went Marquette. Dad is long gone, although when I stopped long enough to quiet my mind and bother to listen, I have no doubt he's still here to share his comforting wisdom like he always did. I started calmly at first while I handed Jody the pile of documents I brought home from the office. I told her about Sophie's reporting her suspicions that Wolfgang might have done something to do with Hallback's murder to both the police and our office during conversations with Hendrickson. I mentioned that when Sophie first called the sheriff's department, they told her they were too busy and didn't have time for such nonsense. Later, Sophie turned over some physical evidence to one of the detectives, Jacobs, who seemed not too interested in following up. The main point, though, I explained to Jody was that Sophie's statement to convoluted Brian a few years after Teresa Hallback was murdered wasn't some yarn she had spun after the fact. If Sophie was perpetuating lies, she started perpetuating them almost immediately after Hallback went missing. So what do you think, I asked 2 minutes after giving her a stack of documents that had taken me nearly 3 hours to wade through her work. 3 hours. Did Wolfgang do it? Was Avery wrongfully convicted again? Did the cops set him up? She continued reviewing the paperwork without looking up and ignored me like she always does when I ask multiple questions without waiting for her to reply. This is insane. Not Coburn and Link, they'd never do this. They're two of the most honest cops I've ever known. I continued. 20 minutes later, after having carefully reviewed the documents, Jody told me 20 minutes. So it took him 3 hours, but it only took her 20 minutes. So I guess he must not read very fast. Carefully reviewed the documents, Jody told me she really didn't know, and then she methodically went through the competing scenarios, commenting on those facts, supported and detracted from each. I wish I had an organized mind like that. It would save a great deal of time. She thought that it was likely, not 100% certain, but likely, that if Sophie Braun was telling the truth, and equally important, if Wolfgang was telling Sophie the truth, that Wolfgang was the killer. I had to agree. If you treat the facts and Sophie's statements as true, it's hard to reach any other conclusion. However, Jody also felt that Sophie's description of Wolfgang sounded off. The report was extremely detailed and expertly written. It seemed more clinical than you'd expect, almost as if it was written by a psychologist or professional evaluating a patient, rather than by a distraught victim who is so afraid that she can barely think. She thought that Sophie, who was highly educated and obviously intelligent, could either keep her composure under very nerve-wracking conditions and write an exceptional and accurate report, or she was fabricating the story in order to get her husband deported and permanently out of the picture. We both agreed that it was difficult to tell if Sophie was telling the truth, but we needed to approach the case as if she was, and analyze what it meant about the guilt or innocence of Stephen Avery. Braun was at a salvage yard on the day Teresa Hallback disappeared. There's not that many, 5 miles from the house. According to his own words, a stupid female photographer wanted to take pictures of their rental property out in the country. He had scratches on his back and a cut on his finger, which was still bleeding that night. She found a pair of yellow lace women's panties, which weren't hers, hidden in the closet. Before Hallback's SUV and her remains were found at the salvage yard, he told Sophie with an unusual grin that he had burned something. When she asked what, he said he burned a doll crib, but the crib was not burned. 4 or 5 days after Hallback was murdered, Sophie found a blood-stained surgical glove in his toolbox in one of the outbuildings, along with a gas can with a bloody fingerprint on it. either one or both of them is lying, Jody succinctly concluded, or Wolfgang Braun is your killer. Like I said, my wife has an organized mind. Calling a halt to the nurse.
Whoa. I mean, Jeff, that was a lot right there.
Have your camera off. I wanted to capture your reaction for the people.
Oh, whoa! That's right. That was the deal. You had to capture my reaction. There's a couple parts that are just, whew.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm a little confused. How would accusing him of murder be a reason to get him deported? Wouldn't that get him in prison?
Yes. So just saying he's nuts, and even if it wasn't Hallbach, yeah. So she was. I believe that she was legitimately afraid of him, and
didn't he beat her? Didn't he hit her? So wouldn't that hitting of her be a general reason for her to get an order of protection and maybe deporting him? Why would having to accuse him of being the murderer of Teresa, why wouldn't you believe that?
You are correct.
Why would you think that is a lie? I mean, there's no reason to add that onto it. She's already got a case with him being a domestic violence, with the domestic violence case.
Yeah.
So I don't get his reasoning there at all.
Well, he's trying to come in for a soft landing. You know what I mean? He's trying to diffuse it a little bit by saying things like this. And I think
he knows that Stephen Avery was definitely convicted wrongfully of the second crime, along with the nephew as collateral damage, but he just can't admit it to himself. He's in denial because he was there. In 85, he wasn't really there. He had just been graduating college, if I remember, somewhere around that time. So he wasn't in on that case. But for them to do it while he was an assistant DA, he can't fathom that, I think. So he's got to protect his boys. Plus, he was kind of the whistleblower on the first case that he doesn't want to. That probably didn't get him any points anywhere in the community with the good old boys.
Oh, yeah.
And he also says he doesn't want to believe it.
So it's better for him to just deny.
Be part of the thin blue line, right?
His brother was also the chief federal judge in Wisconsin, which
I didn't know that.
Which also gives you reason why he might, be protecting his good old boys too. Now he made a mistake by bringing it to light in 2003. And now they're being sued, right? That's all on him,
Yep.
In a way.
And now he's Cobra's lawyer against Netflix.
Right. Maybe that'll come back and bite him in the ass, and then he can write a book about it.
I thought he withdrew because he didn't want to give up his emails, or is he still on the council?
Which council? I think
is he still Colburn's lawyer?
I don't think he is, because I don't think he can do federal stuff. Or I don't. Jack might know the answer to that one. Jack?
Yeah.
You here?
I put him to sleep.
What? No. I'm sorry. I muted.
I forgot the question already.
Is Griesbach still Colburn's lawyer for Netflix?
He is on the team, but he's not the first chair.
He's on the team. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Okay.
Yeah, he's on the team. He's just I think he's probably more like maybe even a consultant. I don't know. I just know that Netflix is after his ass for his records.
Yeah, that's great.
Up until the time he became Colby's lawyer.
Yeah. So Kathy had some comments in the chat. Kathy, this is why we're doing this, because this stuff is just unbelievable on the German. And yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy that hardly anybody knows about it, right? Just because he's not sort of in the mix of sort of the usual suspects. I think what's also interesting here is that if she reported this stuff, to Manitowoc on the 3rd, they should have immediately referenced it to Calumet, right?
Was it the 6th? I thought it was the 6th.
Well, yeah. Well, anytime after the 3rd, right?
Anytime
after the 3rd, that information should have gone to Calumet, and we have Jacob say, I'm too busy. It doesn't sound to me like any of this stuff got over to Calumet at all.
And this all happened near Maribel, right? Near Maribel Caves,
Maribel Caves,
if I'm
yes,
correct. Right. And there was a point where they were over there investigating over there. What brought them over there to investigate Maribel Caves and stuff? That was kind of, a couple miles down the road. They were focused mostly on Avery's. Was that call from her what made them go over there? When were they at Maribel Caves? Do we know what date that was?
That was the same day as the audio box, because Coburn went over there. Coburn's first stop and took photos of the audio box, and then they found the jeans and the lube in Maribel. That was the same day.
So that was the 9th of November.
Yeah.
Which was after she reported her husband as being possible suspect to this crime, correct?
Right. So
I've got a police report that I don't think Jeff has seen yet. You can share it whenever you get done. You saw it. I don't know if anybody's seen it or not.
Another interesting thing there is that with regard to this, that's not going to show up in this is I know a researcher. I won't say who this researcher is, because this researcher isn't necessarily always right about things. But he actually took a look at a guy named Irvin Konicke's testimony. Irvin Konicke is one of the people who reports the RAB at a turnaround. And if you actually look at the interviews, and I can't even find that interview anymore, of how Irvin says how the RAB was located. According to this researcher, the way that Irvin described it, it could not have been at the turnaround. That's just where the other people found, whether found the audio box, for example. And it's actually a turnaround of 147 up near Maribel Caves, where he believes that that Irvin Konicke is describing. So that's interesting. Potentially, if Irving saw the RAB, did see the RAB, and it was at this other turnaround. I
think he reports as being at the West River turnaround, which would be so the one turnabout that's by the East River, the twin, it's two rivers, right? So there's two rivers running through there. So the one that's east was near where, Scott had his trailer at the time on Main Street over there. And the other one would be west by the West River. And I do remember there being something about the RAV being over there without the windshield had been busted in or something like that. I think that's the report you're talking about by the West River.
That could be Irvin Konicke. So that you used to be able to find Irvin Konicke's interview online. You can't find it anymore. It's just amazing that you just can't.
It's not in the case, though?
Well, there was a TV interview is what I'm talking about.
Oh, I didn't even know there was a TV interview.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
N64 controller, if you're out there, help us.
Yes, please.
Find the Irvin Konicke interview for us.
I just wanted to make a correction to Maribel Caves. That report of Colburn going there is written on the 6th.
Oh, see?
Not the 9th.
What time? Does it have a time?
No.
So she calls on the 6th. She's over by Maribel. She's claiming that he's 1 a.m.
Well, sorry. Go ahead.
1 a.m. You're saying? Oh, finish your.
Well, it says a part on 12/25/05 at approximately 1 a.m. Anyway.
Okay. So we don't have anything from the 6th.
This report? Well, if you look at this report, suspicious activity finding pornographic material magazines, it's written on 1306, but it looked like it started on Christmas night at 1 a.m.
But she's saying indicated that most recently. So is there other reports prior to 12/25 from the 6th, from 11/6/05, when she had the incident?
I'm not going to say I don't have that. I just don't have it in front of me.
Okay.
I may not have it. I just know I've got a lot of stuff on the German. A lot. But
You've been hiding it all this time, Jack.
Well, it's really not. I mean, it's a police report. A lot of the stuff. It's not mine, and
Yeah, I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? If somebody, they don't say don't share it, but they don't say, they don't publish it, then I feel weird. I would feel weird about putting it out
I hear
there.
you. Yeah, yeah.
You know what
I
I'm
hear
saying?
you.
So, anyway.
Yeah. So maybe we should be taking more breaks. What did you guys think of the stupid photographer comment that the German made to Sophie, his wife? Stupid photographer. Even before Teresa goes missing.
I wonder if he's had pictures taken before.
Yeah.
Maybe we should check her files, see if he's on there. I know we have them, but I've never really looked for the German guy on them.
Yep.
That'd be kind of interesting to see if he's listed at all. Something to look into.
Or her, right?
And Jack, Jeff Jones wants to know if you guys have ever seen Galataki.
Well, that's my son. Yeah, I sent him a link. Did you join?
Galataki.
Galataki. Yeah, that's my second oldest son.
Okay, so I will continue reading. Yes.
Yep.
Wow. Calling a halt to their spoons competition in favor of finding out what their dad was so concerned about on Christmas Eve, the kids joined our discussion in the kitchen. The oldest started poring over some of the documents and quickly learned that Wolfgang Braun was not just a typical disturbed individual. He was as dangerous and depraved as they came. Whether or not he murdered Teresa Halbach, Sophie had provided ample documentation proving that her husband was severely and mentally unstable and a dangerous man. The incident, which occurred on November 6, 2005, was not an isolated incident. Sophie wrote in one of her letters, but a rather continuation of a long history of aggressive and abusive behavior committed by Wolfgang Braun. Mr. Braun is a serious and immediate danger, not only to me, but also to all women, children, and animals. She said he once laced her food and drink with Klonopin, I don't know what that is, a major central nervous system depressant, and then cleaned out her bank account when she was in the hospital. On another occasion, he beat her so severely that that her left eardrum was shattered, resulting in some permanent hearing loss. They lived in Pittsburgh at the time, and after his arrest in that incident for assault, terrorist threats, and unlawful restraint, he was deported. In the throes of the vicious and confusing cycle of domestic violence, she accompanied her husband to Germany, where she spent 5 years living in horror, Sophie explained. He often sexually assaulted her there after very severe beatings and drove her to remote areas in both Germany and Austria and beat her. The abuse continued when they returned to the United States, up to the most recent incidents on November 6, 1 week after Teresa Halbach went missing. Not atypical in domestic violence relationships. Sophie worked full-time while Wolfgang was rarely employed and stole what he needed from his victim. If you can term prostitutes and internet and cable TV pornography as needs. He destroyed plumbing and damaged windows, doors, and walls in their apartments, resulting in their eviction from several apartments. He cut electrical cords, slashed her clothing, and threatened Sophie and others with knives. He burnt her important personal documents, including her driver's license and social security card, and her children's birth certificates. He stole her passport, too. Not unlike Stephen Avery, right, here we go. Not unlike Stephen Avery, Wolfgang Braun dabbled in animal abuse and fire. He frequently burned his wife's clothing, and she once found him sitting near the basement furnace, dousing his body with paint thinner and charcoal. When a former girlfriend ended their relationship after he threatened her with a knife, he doused himself with gasoline and ignited himself at her door. He was no stranger to animal abuse either. 3 of Sophie's house pets vanished or died when she lived with Wolfgang. A few months before Teresa Halbach was murdered, Sophie's German Shepherd puppy suffered a mysterious double leg fracture. At least this is what Braun said about her husband.
I want to make a statement because he says, like Stephen Avery, he dabbled in animal abuse. He's trying to put that stigma that if you are an animal abuser, that you are most likely going to become killer, right? So couldn't that be said about this guy? And this guy hasn't done it just one time in his past, like Stephen Avery did back in the early 80s, one time. This guy's done it 3 times at least. Mr. Mysterious dog, leg fracture, double leg fracture this is a repeated animal abuse that he's doing, as well as abuse to women, her and others. He said an ex-girlfriend or an ex-person had ended a relationship because he threatened her with a knife. This is a repeated offender. He would be more likely a suspect than Stephen Avery, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a little... He's not even reading his own words.
Oh, and he loves fire. He burns everything. That's what I picked up.
Well, that could be said about
fire,
anybody in Wisconsin who burns their garbage, though, right? Like,
right.
He loves fire so much he sets himself on fire.
Yeah, that's a little fucked up there.
That's loving.
By the way, the place they were supposed to rent in Maribel, or were renting that farm, burned down too. At some point.
I think right now it's a cheese factory, that property that they own.
And Paul Rabis was the one who did that, who was the tow truck fire chief guy that was on the property the day the RAV was found.
Wow.
Just point that out.
Yep. Okay, I'll continue. If even half the information Sophie provided about her husband's criminal and mental health histories was true, it evidenced an extremely depraved mind capable of murder. It did nothing to prove he actually committed a murder, much less Teresa Hallbach's murder. However, when combined with other circumstantial evidence tying him to the murder, their crossing paths at the salvage yard the day she disappeared, his odd statements to Sophie about Teresa's disappearance, and the
What is this crossing paths? I'm sorry, Jeff.
He was at the salvage yard that day.
But that's not crossing paths.
And maybe the stupid photographer comment. We don't know that's Teresa. We don't know that's that's all. It's sort of, it's not quite this isn't a dead thing. We're ready to haul a German off in handcuffs. But this is like incredible circumstantial evidence, right? You hear Stephen say, "I didn't have anything to do with this," and it's quite possible that it's right. Here's this legitimate psychopath, who might have been exiting the junkyard within the same time as Teresa, for all we know.
He could have got a hustle shot from there. You know what I'm saying? Like cross paths and being at the same. Like I went to Menards this morning, and you went to Menards at 5 p.m. We didn't cross paths.
Yes, that's true. Yep. So that could be dramatic effect. Yeah, no, you're right. You're 100% right. Now I lost my place. They're crossing paths at the salvage yard the day she disappeared. His odd statements, she found his twisted, perverse mind and criminal history made a convincing case that Wolfgang was the culprit. The police must have taken a very close look at Wolfgang Braun, and there would have been a great deal of explaining to do if they didn't. Well, and if Stephen Avery and Brenda Dassey did not murder Teresa Hallbach, which is what half the country believed, at least the half that watched or read about making a murderer, then Wolfgang Braun almost certainly was the killer. Now, hold on a second. Most people that I know that watch Making a Murderer thought he didn't do it and he got a screw job. So I don't know what he's talking about. Half the country thought he did it after Making a Murderer. I don't think he knows the statistics very well.
But look at that. Look at what I highlighted, though.
He's saying
Braun was so. I know it's hypothetical.
That the half didn't believe he killed her. Like he's saying, we didn't believe it because we watched Making a Murderer. He's talking about us truthers.
Yeah, I think there's more people that think you got a screw. I mean, if you took a vote of people that watch it, the reason there's such outrage is because minimally they don't think he got a fair trial. Whether they know I think more people think that he didn't do it than did do it after watching the documentary.
I think so.
Anyway, but it was all useless speculation if Braun was lying, and the only way to figure that out was to dig further into the documents. I passed over in the office, but now had at my side. On one side of the ledger was the accompanying documentation that Sophie provided with her statement. It corroborated much of her information, including dates and locations of prior arrests, along with names, addresses, and telephone numbers of 4 mental health hospitals in Germany and Pittsburgh where Wolfgang had been treated, paired with the name of at least one of his physicians. Such detail was either ironclad proof that Wolfgang was certifiably crazy and capable of murder, or Sophie was the best manipulator I've seen. And with over 25 years in the business, I've seen more than my share of manipulators. But still, there is plenty of reason to doubt Sophie's credibility. Tammy Hendrickson noted in her memo that she had a strange feeling about Sophie. Oh, that's a good reason, right? A strange feeling. I'm not sure if she's sincere, or maybe she's very angry with the defendant and wants revenge, or if she's just very manipulative, she wrote. Calling her husband a psychopath, Sophie angrily threatened to go to the media, the governor, and whoever else she has to in the state of Wisconsin if he's set free. Well, that sounds like somebody who's scared to me. And in another call to Hendrickson a few weeks later, she said our office would be held responsible if Wolfgang was released and came back and killed her, adding that we don't have a very good track record of convicting the right people. Well, it's hard to argue with the truth. Later, when I had to dismiss a felony charge in return for Wolfgang's agreement to plead in on 2 misdemeanors because she showed up 20 minutes late for a preliminary hearing, Sophie had to admit that she was the one who contacted Wolfgang after his release from jail and not the other way around. And then only after I told her the defense had 2 witnesses ready to testify to prove it. It was maddening. As soon as I was convinced Sophie was lying, something she said with accompanying proof changed my mind. They were classic statements of a domestic violence victim in the throes of fear and despair. It's not unusual for a victim in an abusive relationship to initiate contact with the perpetrator soon after he beat her. Sometimes the victim even posts his bail. The detail and sheer volume of information, much less the extent of the abuse she suffered at his hands, showed that she was terrified of her husband. Either that or she went to the most extraordinary lengths I've seen in 28 years on the job to make it seem that way. I've experienced being held as his captive. He first destroys all telephones or cuts the phone lines. He disconnects the electricity. He tortures the victim with physical and mental abuse, she told Hendrickson in an email. If Mr. Braun is allowed to go free, he will certainly hunt me down and hurt me or kill me. Obviously, I believed her at the time. Wolfgang's lawyer had filed a motion to modify bail from cash to personal recognizance. For some inexplicable reason, the INS had dropped his detainer, so if the motion was granted, Wolfgang would be released from jail. In what I thought was a pretty decent argument at the motion hearing, I pointed out the obvious flight risk and even the greater risk to Sophie's safety, even making a few of Sophie's letters outlining his violent history and mental health treatment part of the record. Despite my objection, the presiding judge granted the motion, so they let him out, right? When Sophie learned that Wolfgang was free to move around as he pleased, she sounded genuinely terrified that he would find her and kill her. There was, of course, another possibility. Sophie could be truthful about Wolfgang's past and the abuse he inflicted upon her over the years, but lying about his apparent connection to Teresa Halbach's murder. It wouldn't be the first time a domestic violence victim exaggerated or even concocted a story to make certain her abuser was held in jail longer than he otherwise would be. By doing so, she would get some breathing space or more time to arrange things in order to flee. To come up with such a detailed account of why she thought Wolfgang may have been involved in the murder, Sophie would have had to follow the news about Teresa Halbach's disappearance extremely carefully. But many of the details of her story matched what was objectively true, including the proximity in time and distance between Halbach's murder and Wolfgang's beating of Sophie after she refused to help him obtain legal status in the country, the only way he could leave the country without being stopped at the border. The incident occurred less than 18 hours after Halbach's vehicle was found only 6 miles up the road. Concern over his immigration status also led to Wolfgang's second arrest 2.5 months later, when he barged in and ransacked Sophie's house looking for his papers. He asked the deputies to check for his paperwork before they took him to jail. In the words of the police report, he appeared to become more agitated after no paperwork was found. He braced his feet against the kitchen door frame and had to be pepper sprayed in the face by the deputies before they could haul him out of the house. I reviewed every document and note in both of Wolfgang Braun's files and talked the meaning and import of their contents to death with anyone in the house who was willing to listen. But in the end, it proved impossible to answer. The question upon which the entire Avery case seemed to hinge was Sophie Braun telling the truth? If she was, her husband was almost certainly the killer. Well, after midnight, when everyone else had gone up to bed, I sat in the living room, turned off all but the Christmas tree lights, and reflected about what happened in the last week. A television documentary and a German national with an expired visa had transformed what for 10 years I thought was an open and shut murder case in a classic whodunit. Millions, perhaps tens of millions worldwide, believe Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey were victims of a local justice system rivaling a banana republic in its corruption. That's true. Now I wondered myself if they might be right. Had I gone mad? Making a Murder was leaping into the national and even international stage, most notably in the United Kingdom and in the Far East, where it made front page headlines in Beijing. How could they not mention our friends in Australia? I can't believe this. I think where's Cal to tell and Calf? Come on, how's he not giving Australia some creds here? Confirming its cultural import, it made its way into late night television comedy shows and even the music industry in the form of the rock band The Ark's not so smashing hit Lake Superior, and several others followed. Legions of Netflix viewers who were transformed into online sleuths parsed through a minutia of a case that took 18 months to investigate and 6 weeks to try, and formed unshakable opinions about Avery and Dassey's innocence or guilt. If the O.J. Simpson case defined the last century's obsession with American crime and system of justice, Making a Murder was making a case for owning that distinction in this one. That's us. He's talking about us. Hey, thanks, Mike. You got it all wrong, though. All of which meant exactly nothing for those of us at Ground Zero. With unyielding sympathy for its protagonists and considerable contempt for the police and prosecutors who sent them to prison, it added yet another layer to an already tragedy-laden crime story that had bedeviled my hometown for 30 years. In a narrative widely accepted by nearly everyone whose only familiarity with the Avery case was the documentary itself, local police were all but convinced of planting evidence to frame Stephen Avery a second time and taking down his 16-year-old cognitively delayed nephew as an unfortunate but necessary bit of collateral damage. Local police. You see, say that look. This is how local police felt, right? Right. Isn't that what that says? Did I read that wrong? Local police were all but convinced of planting evidence to frame Avery a second time and taking down a 16-year-old. Yeah, that's what Griesbach is saying. Local police thought he was framed. That's I didn't actually grok that the first time that I read this.
Convicted. Local police were all but convicted of planting evidence, like in the minds of the public.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right. I read convicted as convicted. Or all but convicted of. Yeah, okay, you're right. By who though, right? By everyone. Okay, by nearly everyone else. Just documentary viewers, I guess he's talking about.
He's talking about the emails and stuff that were sent to Colburn about he should die, his karma, blah blah blah, his family, whatever they were. That's not everybody that's a truther didn't reach out to Colburn to tell him he was a dickhead, but there were some people who did. So he's talking about them. Okay,
you're right. Thank you. The success of the series heaped an additional suffering upon two families that had already endured more pain than any family ever should. Any hope of privacy for Penny Bernstein and her family vanished within a week's time. But the worst of all was the indifference with which the series treated a life-filled, beautifully. Oh, excuse me, my God. A life-filled, beautiful young woman named Teresa Hallbach, whose memory was lost amidst the white noise of Making a Murder, and whose family was left to wonder if it could possibly get any worse. A week earlier, I sat transfixed, captivated by the telling of a crime story that I'd been obsessed with for years, but also threatened by its challenge to everything I thought I knew. The revelation, or more accurately, my rediscovery of an alternate suspect in the person of Wolfgang Braun, had added to a growing doubt that I could no longer ignore. My efforts to determine whether Sophie Braun was telling the truth though aided by my family, had reached a dead end. While clinging to the claims of objectivity in one interview after another in the coming weeks, the creators of Making a Murder would correctly point out that the truth is elusive in the Stephen Avery case. But elusive or not, I aim to find out. I went to bed that night determined to find it. With as open and unbiased a mind as possible, I would start over from scratch. I would revisit the investigation and prosecution of Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey from the beginning to end and follow the facts wherever they led. If they ended with the conclusion that Wolfgang Braun was the culprit, then I would come forward and notify the court of what I had learned. If not, my original beliefs were confirmed.
Wow. Wow.
And sadly, this is the end.
Wait, I'm sorry.
He doesn't mention the Germany.
Wow.
So was it worth it to go through it? You guys tell me now, Jeff. I mean, I think he dropped some bombs in that. And I don't have the Convoluted Brian blog here. I think she tells Convoluted Brian that her dog actually brought home a leg bone, if I'm not mistaken, a human leg bone.
Whoa.
Well, she's not Dr. Silkman either, so that could have been some big ass deer bone like we could be too.
She does seem paranoid as hell, rightfully so. You know what I mean? Like, there is that possibility that she is just trying to get her psychotic abuser deported, sure. But here's the thing. Griesbach seems to think there's a there. He seems to think there's something there that should have maybe been checked out.
Enough to make him go, oh shit, right?
And stay up at night wondering.
Yep.
She says between November and the end of the year, a few odd things happened. 2 explicit adult magazines were placed on the property. Also, her dogs found relatively fresh bones somewhere on the property. She discarded the bones. So the bones were brought to her by the dog, it sounds like.
Yeah, dogs do that.
So wait, so if they found, like, they're like over there looking on the 6th, what if they found her bones over there on his property and moved them from there?
Yes.
Or somewhere nearby.
Not too far, right?
And they were over there looking in the area on the 6th, according to Colburn and his Maribel accounts. So.
Yep.
Then moved him to what? Moved him to Cuss Road and Cuss Road into the yard.
Yep.
Although that doesn't explain the ones in the quarry, though.
Yep. Brilliant point, Kathy.
What did Kathy say?
I believe a victim of abuse would be petrified to speak out if it wasn't true.
But she wasn't. She was standing her ground. And then it's like she knew too many details, so she must be lying. But then they were corroborating the details with actual arrests and other police reports. So that would kind of corroborate that she's telling the truth, right? Like something that they didn't do with Brendan Dassey. They didn't corroborate any of his statements. But yet here they have a woman that's corroborating her stuff. She's really spot on. She's probably been keeping a diary in her head of all of these abuses that she has suffered. Those are things you don't forget really when you're, I would think. So yeah. I don't understand how her being so detailed about it means she's lying. And then they corroborate it with past arrests. And it's like his whole little paragraph or his whole, what is this, a chapter of his is so odd. It's like back and forth. It's like everything you were saying is saying that he could be the murderer, but then you're like, no, it's not.
And the odd thing is, Jinx, that the way he comes to this conclusion is not through further investigation of anything that Sophie said or anything that he said. She said to Convoluted Brian. He starts to go through the evidence of the Avery case and comes to the conclusion, yep, there's no other person it could possibly be but Avery based on the evidence, right? Which is total, which we know half of it's planted as bullshit.
But why aren't you looking at it with the suspicion of them planting it then? Because now you're even asking yourself, oh my God, did they frame him again? But yet you don't even consider the possibility when you look at the evidence.
Not Coburn and Link, though. Coburn and Link are as honest as the day. Jim Link is as honest or as solid a cop as a long Wisconsin winter.
Let's put them aside. And this is after making a murder. Yes, they look the worst in making a murder, but you're also dealing with a county that you know has framed him in the past. And you're asking yourself, could it have happened again? So you're going to go and look at the evidence with new eyes. You're not just going to look at it as being like, oh, yeah, that's evidence. Definitely. You know,
Yeah.
He didn't put any thought into it.
That's right. Yeah, you're exactly right.
Into
You're
it.
exactly
like,
right.
Okay, well, what if we have pictures of the bones in the pit? No, we don't. So why don't we? Why is there a missing protocol? Why is there a missing protocol? Why is there a missing protocol? There's several protocols that they just did not follow, and Mike Griesbach's like, nah, it was Avery.
You're exactly right. You're 100% right. His bias that he, you know, that you can see his bias shining through the way he talks about Lincoln Coburn. You know, given that bias, that is the same bias that he uses to make his evaluation, and it's obviously completely fallacious just because of that bias to start with. So anyway, that's the German. I can tell you also there's some other interesting things I can tell you. The researchers that I know, you know, Loopy Lou did some research on women that went. You know, they got some notes from some other researcher who had talked to Sophie in online chats, and there are also interestingly women who disappear. You know, again, in the area where Siegfried or where the German moves to, right? He moves, and there's women that disappear everywhere. Again, not an accusation. You should see some of
him who he is. He's Siegfried Berg, and I don't even know why. If Griesbach is writing this book about, you know, and you're supposed to take him for truth, why not just use the guy's real name? You know, like, he's actually a convicted domestic violence offender, right? So why protect him? I mean, I can see maybe changing Sophie's name because she was the victim, but why him? Why change his name? I don't understand that at all.
Yeah, I don't know. You'll have to ask him. An abundance of lawyers.
Because he's hiding stuff. It's just like, here, let me hide it. Let me continue to hide it. I'm not even going to say his name.
So just there's two more interesting things, and we can leave it. You know, women go missing in the areas where Siegfried moves to. I mean, women go missing everywhere, so maybe that's not. You should see the pictures of some of them that go. If we could get maybe back in contact with Lupe, she could show us some of the pictures. So one
is this
of them
where he lived in Wisconsin, or like she said he was in Pennsylvania at some point too?
Yes,
yes, women in Pennsylvania?
Correct. Yes. And women go missing sort of very interestingly. Again, total. You know, I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just highlighting a coincidence. At the times when he is on the precipice of these psychotic breaks, right? So this was one of them, right, where he is. You know, when he gets taken into custody and gets hauled off the Trembling Hills, that's his psychotic breaks, and these women tend to go missing around the times of his psychotic breaks. So, and coincidentally, right? I'm not making any accusations. He's deported right now. I think he's living in Singapore or some Far East country. Something like that. Yeah, and the last thing is one of the things that they use to discredit Sophie is she moved out, I think, to the West Coast. You know, from what I'm told, Siegfried was driven up to her house in a police car, and because she had signed for him that he was going to, you know, she was responsible for keeping him in. That cops actually, you know, prior to his eventual deportation, cops brought him to her house on the West Coast.
Even though there was an order of protection in place, if I remember right.
That's right. Yep, that's right. So, you know, so that very, very
literally
strange.
made him break the legal order of protection. Like, couldn't they be faulted for something like that? No, of course not, because they never hold any accountability to anything that they do.
Exactly right.
They basically terrorized her even more so by driving him there to her.
Correct. And that was So that was around the time, I think, of the convoluted Brian interview. But Anyway, so that's the German for you. Well worth investigating. Somebody who had definitely had a some psychotic behavior. Frequented the Avery salvage yard. He was there more than once. There's a turnaround.
What is the story of him being there that day? That's the one thing I want to pick out of there. What do we know about him being at the salvage yard that day? And is it possible, if we're going to speculate, that he set up a hustle shot with her?
Yeah, I think one of the things that he talks about, that Sophie or Eva talks about, is the fact that they needed a photo. You heard how he like cuts all the wires and stuff like that. Made it impossible for them to rent places. And I thought that Sophie said something along the lines of they needed a photo of the place, of some place for some security deposit reason. That's why he needed the photographer.
She found that on. This is from the convoluted, Brian.
Oh, okay.
She found that on October 31st, 2005, he had visited the Maribel area and had stopped at the rental before the lease began. He spoke of visiting an auto salvage yard. He commented that a woman wanted to take pictures of the rental property on the 31st of October while he was there, and he felt that the photographer was stupid. She observed that her husband had scratches on the back of his hand and a cut finger that bled intermittently. She was beginning to move while working in Green Bay because they had just rented the place they were moving from another part of Wisconsin to that rental home from Bondul. That's where they were moving from, to the Maribel house. So he was stopping in there, and the rental started the 1st of November, if I remember right. So he wanted her to take pictures that would make sense. Like the best thing to do with your landlord when you rent a place, guys, because I'm learning all of this recently, is to make sure you take those pictures of the rental property so they can't say you caused damage that was there before you moved in and keep your security deposit. So, I mean, it would make sense that he might want to have pictures taken, but why hire a photographer to do that? Oh, there, he's got convoluted Brian open now.
She noted a boom box along with a can of cherry Pepsi Cola. Wow.
And guess who drank cherry Pepsis?
I know who.
and her underwear disappeared again.
Wow.
That's a little weird. This guy's a weirdo. He definitely could be a suspect. Stranger dangers do happen. Or as Kel said, an acquaintance, like somebody who might get pictures from you every now and then might be considered acquaintances. Had he had pictures taken before? I doubt it because they lived in Bondul. Now that I know that, it's
Bonduel.
But then maybe she did, run into him at the salvage yard on the 31st, and he saw she was taking pictures and said, hey, I just rented this place. Could you come and take pictures of it for me? And maybe she followed him there, turning, if Avery saw her turn left off of Avery Road onto,
47.
141. Yeah, that's it. 147. That would be going towards Maribel.
Right. Then you got to go right. Then you go right off 147 and go north of Maribel.
Well, if you make that right, then you'd be headed towards the east turnabout where the car was.
No. You go left, and then later, before you get to the freeway, you go right because it's north of Maribel.
Right.
Yeah.
You see that part? Well, first off, I'm going to read this little spot. On the 5th of November, when they stopped for lunch in the Maribel area, the husband saw a missing poster for Halbach and stated dogmatically, "She's dead."
Yeah, that's not suspicious, not at all.
No.
The following evening, her husband's behavior turned worse. He refused to allow her into the Maribel rental. Think about that. Why wouldn't he let her in?
Maybe
and to think that place was burnt down.
That's the one he burned?
Yeah, that's the house that eventually burned down. I don't know if he burnt it down, but it did burn down. I got to find the
He likes fire.
Hold on.
I think
I
it's
got something. This was in my Paul Rabis post. If I can find my Imgur for him, I will tell you what the little report said. Imager, whatever it's called. Because I have a post on.
I don't know how to pronounce it. Does anybody know?
I call it
Imgur.
Imgur.
Imager. I think it's Imager.
Imager?
She's right, yeah.
I don't call it that. I think Jack calls it that. I call it Imgur. I spell it how it's. I say it how it sounds or how it's spelled. I'm horrible like that. See if I can find Rabis. Here somewhere, I'm sure. This was very, very old. This was one of the first posts ever. Okay, let's see. Animals barn lost in fire. This is July 2009. This is probably shortly after this is probably when did he do his post was done in June. So his post is done and then they burnt down this fire, right? Like his post was posted on June 23rd, 2009 about the alternate person. And then animals barn lost in fire. A Manitowoc County farm lost 2 buildings and 5 animals in a fire Monday night. Firefighters were called to the farm at 9414 County Highway Z in the village of Maribel at 9:21. The fire was put out around 3:30 Tuesday morning. The Maribel fire chief said a large barn and a granary were destroyed. The fire also killed 3 horses, a cow, and a goat. No people were hurt. It's not yet known what sparked the fire, and I never found out what sparked the fire. Somebody else found this, but I was like, man, that's kind of interesting because it's the same address as the guy, right? Like, and now when you put it, like, I never put it into perspective. He writes about it on his blog, and what was it? 2 weeks later, this house where supposedly Teresa may have been murdered was burned down.
Yeah, it sounds more like the authorities, doing a little cleanup job than the German himself, right?
Right. Because by this time she's gone. She's in Oregon or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So, and now she's pointing to him being the murderer to this guy who's writing about it on a very public blog, and yet now it's burning down 2 weeks later. I mean, that's very suspicious now that I see the dates.
Yeah.
Wow. That's fucking.
So,
the German.
Now I'm wondering if maybe it was the German dude. That's what's about this case. There's so many different.
You
suspects.
Can convince me of anything. That's the problem in this case. If we
because
talk about the German long enough, you'll convince me it was him.
It was him.
There was no follow-up on anything, right? I mean, where was this transferred to? Uyghur, right? Uyghur was the lead investigator. Anything that was, even some of the people who call up and say, I had this psychic dream, right? They're transferred to Uyghur.
Well, some of the calls aren't transferred, right? You notice that because now we have some timed and dated Manitowoc dispatch calls. You see that sometimes they're like, let me pass you to somebody. And it's actually somebody talking to Manitowoc County about this case where it didn't get transferred and other calls got transferred. So you have to wonder which calls were they hiding. We don't have the transferred call of what they actually were saying. They're like, let me transfer you. And then it's just dead air, right? You don't know what was said.
That's right.
Hey, Denny, what do you think? Haven't heard from you in a while.
Yeah, sorry. My son came home from college and the house got real rowdy and rambunctious.
What? All right, old man.
What?
That's quite all right.
Sound like we're having a party Saturday night. Son come home from college.
Right.
Kegger.
Yeah, right.
Kegerator. We used to have a kegerator when I back in the 2000. I guess it was before this. It would have been 2001 era. 2002 had a kegerator. What do you think, Denny? Though, what do you think about the German? That's what I was asking you.
The very first time I heard any of this information, I was just like all of you guys, like, totally plausible it could be him. I wish there was more follow-up, more documenting, something that we could actually follow. And yeah.
Right on. Yeah.
The one thing I
ahead.
can tell you is about a year ago I went over that way to Avery's and stuff like that, and went past the German's house. There is nothing there. It's a pile of rubble. So, like, if you pull up that address on map, it still shows there's a house and a shed and stuff. Yeah, there's nothing there. It's really weird being in that area.
Are you saying you went past that house and that house is burnt? The house that burnt down?
I don't know if it's burnt down, but there is nothing on that property. Yes.
Because it burned down with horses on it and a cow and a goat, and no people were hurt.
Yeah.
I wonder if anybody lived there at the time. Well, there had to have been people living there if they had animals.
Right.
I wonder who lived there at the time. I wonder if we can get any reports for that incident as well. Who would we ask? The fire department? Can you FOIA records from the fire department? I don't see why not.
You can try. I don't know. I've never tried that. I do know that same person that Big Jeff was talking about earlier that will go unnamed. There were conversations back, golly, got to be 2-3 years ago now, about obtaining reports from Manitowoc about the German, and for whatever reason, this person was not willing or unable or whatever about writing open records, and I told him to get me the incident numbers, and I would do it, and never heard anything. So,
well, if you have an incident date, you don't necessarily need a number. If you have the address of, like, we have the address of the property, which is 9414 County Highway Z, and we have a date, July 7th, 2009. So we could ask for that from those. You don't need an incident. Like, if you don't have the incident number, they have to give you the incident number, right?
I think so, but this is from actually prior to that time frame. This is more back into 2005. Yeah, 2005 time frame. But I never heard anything. So,
but even so, you should be able to say, "Can I have the report from November 6, 2005, for the county, for the address of 9414 County Highway Z, last name Berg," and they should be able to pull it up with just those few things.
I would think so. I never pursued. I never pursued it.
Todd Cummings again.
I wasn't, and I'm still not convinced that there's any connection. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I just, well, because
it sure is interesting.
It is interesting.
I would love to know what she said about the hall box right on the 6th, because you don't see that anywhere in any of the Calumet counties. I don't think we've seen it, although we don't have all the DCI records. So, I mean, it could be in a DCI record that they're not, because they don't want to give it to us because he is a suspect now.
Right. Maybe. Possible.
And then why hide that stuff if it really is irrelevant? Like Griesbach is trying to convince you that it's irrelevant, right? Like, they're just lying. She's too detailed. Maybe there's actually something there to it. We just haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I just don't understand why he would dedicate this chapter in his book if it's irrelevant. This kind of, I don't know. It seems weird to me he would do that.
Well, that's the whole point. Like, he's writing about it. In the way that he's writing about it, he's basically saying, there's animals that he's killed, and this is a repetitive thing, and he's repetitively attacked women with a knife like Avery has. Well, Avery hasn't done that, and there is no proof of it, that you're actually pointing it more at this guy.
The way he's saying, like, if it ain't Avery, then this is the guy it would be. But I'm pretty sure it's Avery.
Maybe it's to distract you from who they know really killed her.
Well, that could be too. Red herring. Big red herring.
Like
that's the only reason he put it in there. He only put it in there because he knew ultimately it was a dead end. I don't know. I don't think he knows, though, according to his book.
And he only found out about this. He only talks about this. This is a newer book, right? After Making a Murderer, obviously, because he's talking about Making a Murderer. It's not the first book you wrote before Making a Murderer. So he obviously didn't know about the Convoluted Brian blog until after Making a Murderer, which this guy was writing it back. Like, he actually was writing the blog as the trial happened for Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey.
2016, Jinx, was when this book was published.
Okay. So what drew his interest? How did this blog draw his interest only after?
He got an email from Convoluted Brian.
Oh.
That's in the very beginning of chapter 6. I kind of glossed over it.
Okay.
Can I just say it might be my favorite sleuth name of all time.
Convoluted Brian.
It's just a great name. I just have to say something. I just love it.
And one slip of like 2 letters, you got Convoluted Brain, which all of us have.
There you go.
Yeah, some of us are aided by our Moscow mules. I just had to refresh mine while I was.
What number is that?
There you go.
3 or 4?
It's 3, sorry.
Number 3. All right, so what do you guys got? Wrap. That's it for the German, unless there's any. We might have to revisit this guy on his own.
If we piqued Mystic Jinx interest, you can bet there's going to be some serious investigation. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah.
Ooh, that sounds like a challenge.
I got some packing and moving to do, so I'll have to wait. Remind me June 1st when I move in. I know that Loopy Lou, I think she goes by another name. I've heard her by another name, but I think I know who you're talking about. Who was doing a lot of, and my friend Hugh on Foul Play is always talking about the German, and kept telling me that this person was going to do a series on the German on YouTube, and I've been waiting for it because I never really realized how much
I think she had a baby.
Pointed at. Oh, okay, that would make sense why she's not around much.
I know that the person that I'm not naming and Loopy Lou kind of worked together on it a little bit, and they got some more information that is allegedly, through another party, but from Sophie, and has some other stuff in it. I haven't seen that stuff.
I'd love to see that stuff.
Yeah, me too. I haven't seen it all either.
I think we all would love to see it.
Put it on the info highway. Come on.
The German's a good suspect, then.
Yeah, and he wasn't ruled out. Another one that was not ruled out.
I think he's probably the. Oh, go ahead, Jack.
The last I was told is that Loopy Lou had information, was trying to get a hold of this unnamed person, and they wouldn't respond to her. That's the last I heard. That's been a minute.
I mean, just when I think Convoluted Brian is the best name, you hit me with Loopy Lou. I mean, come on.
I'm friends with her on Facebook, so if you need to, if you need help finding her, I might be able to do it. So somebody actually hacked my account recently, or at least hacked my name. They're doing that on Facebook, right? This person's like
really,
and they're DMing people. If you ever get a DM from me on Facebook, it's not me, because I can't use DM on my phone. I don't have it on my computer because it's a work computer and I can't get out. But I don't have DM on my phone. So if you get a DM from me on Facebook on and they say to me, it's not me because I can't DM.
They're spoofing profiles to make them look just like yours, and then they talk to your friends and ask your friends for money because you're in trouble. So your
Yeah.
friend will
Stuck
send
me
money
in for it.
thinking it's you, and it's not you, and you're out money now.
Yep.
It's a scam.
Well, should we maybe take a look? How about this? Who wants? You can pick any of them. You don't have to pick number 3. Who wants to pick? Who wants
How
to
about
lead with?
Martinez? Because I think Martinez is fast.
Okay.
I don't know,
So-
with all the Schindlers and everything. I don't
So
know.
I don't know.
Sherry's got me down rabbit holes with all the Schindlers now, and Martinez is kind of mixed up with all of them. So I don't
Is he really? Oh man! So the only thing I know about Martinez is he went home from the Avery salvage yard and hit his wife in the face with an axe. That's all I know about Martinez. Andre Martinez. So what do you know about him, James? how is it possible that there's so many whack jobs on the Avery salvage yard on August 31st? I mean, on
Yeah.
October 31st. How is that?
It's the scariest place on earth.
Maybe it's just Wisconsin people in general. No offense, Denny.
None
and
taken.
Jeff.
Yeah, I lived there at the time.
I don't know.
Well-
What I know about the same as you. But then when they were looking for him, they were looking at places that had like Todd Schindler and the Schindlers. Like I think he worked for the Schindlers roofing business. And then if you look at the Schindlers, there's Schindlers in the Pam Claflin case. There's even a Schindler in the Ricky Hochstetler case, and that's who found his body. So then you start getting into all of this. I had to kind of quit because I have these issues with my apartment and I have to move. So like Sherry Lynn on Foul Play is like all over all the Schindlers. I don't know if she still is right now because I haven't really checked in there lately. But so for Martinez, I would think there's a lot more investigating to do because even in the Avery case, there's a Schindler. But you guys don't know he's a Schindler because he goes by Jason Zipper. He's a Schindler's son. But you don't know that because
boy.
you have him being called Zipper after the mother. You know, he's using the mother's maiden name. But the father is actually a Thomas Schindler. So here's another Schindler, and his mother, Sandy Schindler, who found Ricky Hochstetler's body, who is the wife of one of the brothers who owns the Schindler Roofing Company, and they also ran a bar where Pam Claflin was in 1993 before she was murdered. She's an unsolved murder, I think. So there's so many Schindlers, and they're all connected to everything, including Martinez, who hit his wife in the head with an axe. Was that the 5th, the day the car was found?
Yeah.
I believe that was the 5th.
Was it the 5th? Okay.
So a lot's happening. The car's found automatic, like all of a sudden the car's found, and then you got these crazy loons in the area beating their wives, hitting them with axes.
I know that Martinez, on the way to sentencing, I think he tried to pony up about information on Avery, try to get a reduced sentence. We got that report somewhere. I mean, other than that, I think everything else is pretty much in the open.
Is he the one that told Barb, like there was I think he shared a prison with maybe Brendan? I don't know. But somehow he got a hold of Barb or someone and told Barb that he knew that Brendan was innocent.
Was that
Martinez?
Yeah, I think.
Was that Martinez?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So that's kind of interesting too. Like, how would he know that they're innocent? Did he do it? That he would know?
There was some connection to somebody that was in Sheboygan when Brendan was, I think.
Okay, that's right. Something like that. And was that was even before trial or no?
Yeah, it was before. I'm pretty sure it was before trial. But I think he was just, honestly, I think he was just trying to look at any way he could to cut his time,
But then why not say they're guilty? Because in actuality, that would have helped him, right? Because they were trying to get them. So him actually saying they are innocent would go against him trying to get some kind of deal, in my opinion.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, him telling Barb that, yeah, sure. But, I mean, other things that I think there was something else he tried to pull too to get his time reduced. Some kind of deal. I don't know, it's been too long since I read the report.
Yeah, some of these suspects I haven't looked at in a while, but Martinez was kind of recent because of all the Schindlers. Like,
I had no idea he had all that connection to those Schindlers. I thought he was just, some axe murderer.
They're
well, he's
everywhere.
not
They're all over the
her
damn
because
place.
she didn't
In
die.
Wisconsin.
He's just an axe attacker.
Axe
What
attacker,
about
thank you. Yes.
opportunity and motive? Like I put up the 3 prongs here: opportunity, motive, proximity, and I guess we could review. We know Ryan Hillegas had those. The German,
I thought it was direct
opportunity, motive,
evidence.
proximity. So,
Evidence, not
well, and
proximity.
direct evidence.
I thought
Okay,
it
then
was.
add direct
I don't know.
evidence.
I thought it was something like that.
Well,
I
for
don't see
Denny,
any
I guess.
direct evidence
for
other
another
than him
suspect,
being at the property. Did he cross paths with her? What time was he at the property? Did they ever figure that out? Was he at the property the 5th or was he at the property the 31st?
Right.
Was Martinez one of the 3 Mexicans that Pam of God saw that was worried about?
I thought they took those people's names and they were like,
Yeah, they did. They took, Jesus. And, yeah, I don't think he was one of them though.
Okay.
What were they doing there?
Looking for
Parts.
probably.
Car parts.
Being scary, the scary Mexican dudes down,
I was thinking that.
No,
That's
no
why.
racism there. No racism there.
That's why,
on
someone like Earl can't be like, when they ask him, hey, can we search? He can't really say no, because that would look weird, because he has people going in there to look for car parts. A lot of these places, you go back there, he tells you where it is, you take it off yourself, save yourself some money. If you want me to take it off, I'm going to charge you more.
Right.
Exactly.
So, the thing is, I bet you Chuck would have told him to fuck off. I really do.
Maybe.
Because get off my property. I think Chuck's that kind of guy. Get the fuck out of here. He would have said no. That's what I think.
Yeah. And obviously, had Earl known there was a RAV on the property, he wouldn't be letting anybody on the property, including the Mexicans, right?
That's right.
Well, I don't think we're gonna get through the list, obviously, but let's just breeze through them quick and refresh.
Or you can do a part 2.
Hey, as long as you got it. But here's the question I want. Here's the question I think that needs to be answered. At least it'd be fun for me. We have 14 people here. Do you think among these 14, one of them is the actual killer?
Yes. This is what I want to say about your list. I don't know why Mike O would be on it at all. There is no direct evidence, no opportunity.
Let's take him off then.
No reason for me to think that Mike O had anything to do with it. So why do you think Mike O?
No, Jeff put him on there.
I think Mike O was dating Marie Avery.
Okay. That is probably true. I think she mentions that.
Mike O has the right tattoo that matches the tattoo of the reported serial killer.
So does Bobby, but those tattoos were not given to them until after that case.
I know that Bobby. I know it's the case that Bobby doesn't get it till after. But are you sure that Mike O didn't get it until after?
I'm not sure about Mike O, but they did have a suspect that they named that had the tattoo in her case. So why would we think it's anybody else but the person that she knew with the tattoo?
I don't know.
I don't see any direct connection to actual Teresa. Like, he wasn't on the property that day. He wasn't, because he's contacting Bobby, who is on the property, and you can see that both cell towers are listed, and he's hitting a cell tower by his house most of the day. Like, I don't even see him going to Bobby's rescue if he actually did the crime. Like, I don't see that in the records. At least in the records that I've seen. I mean, there's stuff I haven't seen, so I can only put my opinions and theories on what I've seen. So, I mean, there is a possibility. The only reason I feel Mike O is really put into there is because he is Bobby's best friend, and he is the one who supposedly made the comment about Stephen Avery making the joke, but yet I mean, is that in the report? Because I don't even remember it being in the report that Mike O. Did they ever talk to Mike O?
They did interview Mike O, yes.
And he said that he made that joke, and it was on a Thursday.
I don't recall about that, but they did interview.
Because and the only one who says that basically is Bobby on the stand, a bunch of hearsay, like testifying for Mike O, which I thought was, that they tried to get that mistrial for all of that shit too, right? So.
Yeah, so you're right. So I think you're right that Mike O falls more in the Bobby camp, that it's hard to believe that Bobby would have done it without Mike O knowing about it.
That's interesting. But he's higher on the list than Bobby.
Well, the list was not. The list was just sort of slapped together, and the order wasn't the order of most likely.
That's right.
Yeah.
There's no
so
order.
Take him up. I agree.
Well, don't take him off. I mean, I'm just giving my opinion on him. I mean, other people respect him for other reasons.
Tom Pierce is an oddball, a real oddball.
I like to delete Mike O.
Okay. Well,
you need a big, strong argument to get him back on.
That's right. You're going to listen to Kel roast Tom Pierce tomorrow, Monday. So
it's pretty good.
He's just, the thing about Pierce is that he's spinning a yarn. It's like, if you listen to what he says, he the first thing he says is, "Oh, this is Teresa's." Well, I forget about first. One of the things he says is, "This is Teresa's last day at Auto Trader." Another thing he says is that's unconfirmed from everybody else. Kel puts it as they're one-hit wonders, meaning that he's the only one who says these things.
Now, I always wondered where that came from. Like, I know that I think it was Kratz who was talking about it. Like, after Ma'am came out, he had his huge list of things they did not say in Making a Murderer, blah, blah, blah. And I think that was one of the things on there. But I actually don't see that in any of the records where Tom Pierce
says these things.
Yeah. Like that she wanted to quit Auto Trader. Like Kratz has even said to the point where like he mentions that Teresa was on the phone with her boss all morning and they were convincing her to do so. She was calling the office. She didn't call the office once to tell them that she wasn't going to take the job. Yeah. She didn't call the office at all that day. All of the calls from Auto Trader come into her except a fax that went out. So, and then they like. Another thing with Kratz with that is he doesn't even put all the Auto Trader calls on his little spreadsheet that he made to use at court. Like he only picked 4 or 5 calls and only one of them was Auto Trader when Auto Trader had called her several times to make this appointment, which makes it look like how can you lure somebody if they're calling your person all day to ask you if you're going to do this appointment?
Right. No, yeah, 100%. So if you combine, this is her last day at Auto Trader, with she's getting, upsetting calls or belligerent calls from some unknown person. You'd think that Kelly Plitzen would be able to confirm something like that, but as far as I know, it's only Pierce that's spouting out this. So to me, it kind of seems like he's spinning a yarn here.
Like at first it was she recognized the number and was sending them into voicemail or something or just not answering it. And then by the time trial comes, she doesn't know who this person is at all. Like, so Tom is lying too. Everybody changes their stories. Why are everybody changing their stories?
And Pierce's are particularly disturbing to me because, this is her last day at Auto Trader. And, she's getting threatening, she's having problems in a relationship. Those things are kind of leading to a reason why somebody might disappear. So it's almost like he's feeling like he has to create the narrative, right? He's actually spelling out a narrative for her to disappear. So,
And he's the first one supposedly to mention it to anybody that she's
Right.
nowhere to be found.
She missed the business. Right.
The keys are missing, which are keys to his business in his office. Like, if I was the killer, I wouldn't want to just leave these keys laying around if I'm a business owner, you know? Like, that I find a little suspicious about him.
Yeah.
They find one key and not her. They've never found her studio keys or her house keys or anything like that. He's talking about her in past tense as on the, when does he call it? It's like really early
Now,
on the 4th in the morning. It's like kind of goes between 11:59 a.m. or p.m. the one night to the 4th.
It was like 12:06, 12:04 a.m. He comes in, and he gets changed to another channel. There's another thing that's really weird, and I know this maybe not having anything to do, or maybe it does, with Tom Pierce, but there's at least 4 minutes of that call gone. And I'm all about, if I made a mistake, I'm glad to fess up to it. Anybody, please check the timestamps; they're available, and measure the time just like I did.
Plus, isn't his the call that's missing minutes?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
4 minutes.
Yeah.
His is the worst one. I've not really found anyone else's that were. I mean, there's a lot of calls that jump into the middle, so you don't really know how much is gone. But
why didn't he mention the Coakley call? The Coakley visited the place either on the 1st. Teresa made that appointment to go to the studio. She shows up at the studio. They don't even call Teresa. There's no call from the studio on the 1st.
Maybe that was part of the conversation that got clipped from the Calumet dispatch calls. I don't know.
But even if he mentions it to the dispatcher, right, or to the, who was it? It was Leslie Lemieux who he was talking.
Lemieux, yeah.
So even if he mentioned it to Leslie, why didn't he call her though? Like on the 1st, we have phone records for Teresa on the 1st up until the 2nd, right? Like the 2nd that we don't have shit. As soon as, other than the voicemail calls, there's no voicemail calls from him on the 2nd or 3rd. There's no calls, like there's no proof that he even called her at all to see where she, like, he claims that he called her on the 3rd or something, and she didn't answer, and the voicemails were full all week. He's saying he called her, but he had that woman come into the office at, what was it, like noon or something? She was supposed to meet her 10 o'clock, something like that. She doesn't show up. Why? And then I'd have to also ask, what does the receptionist know? Because the receptionist is Ariel something, and she doesn't call Teresa. She forwards it to Tom, and then Tom doesn't bother calling Teresa that day at all to see, why didn't you show up? Where are these? He just happens to know that these, like, I think she was picking up pictures, right? So he just happens to know that Teresa had this client's pictures ready. I mean, and without calling her at all, that to me is odd.
Yeah,
I agree.
And then he doesn't even mention she's missing to anybody else until after. It was like the 2nd was Wednesday, and she was supposed to have these business meetings and stuff on the 2nd that she did every week, right? Like this was a business thing, and she would stop in because it was in Green Bay. She would stop in after her meetings all the time on those Wednesdays, but she didn't stop in. And yet he still doesn't mention that she's missing until the fucking 3rd on Thursday.
I would say the Coakley meeting's a business meeting, right?
Well, right. It would be a business meeting. She went to go, and why wouldn't he call her about her business meeting that she missed?
Right. So yeah. So every and he's aware, right, of these strange incidences of her leaving Auto Trader and her getting potentially threatening phone calls. Shouldn't that raise his hackles to want to call police even more?
And he's also the one pointing at Hillegas a lot of the time too. So it's like another.
So yeah, I mean,
he's another person. We get that a lot in some of these people.
people who spin yarns, though, I mean, to create a motive for disappearance is to me, if we were watching an episode of Columbo, it's like, feel like Ryan is sticking his nose in everywhere, and all of a sudden Pierce is making excuses for her disappearing. It's just weird.
And why didn't Pierce step up and become, like, on the 7th, right? Like, we don't know who was really there on the 4th or the 3rd or doing any of the searches on the 5th. Like, do we know if Tom Pierce was there? No, we don't know. However, the 7th, they had all of these civilians come out to the yard to do, look over the properties surrounding the Averys. But do you see Tom Pierce on that list? I mean, this is her. Was he just too busy with his job? Did he not care? The same thing goes with, like, Pam of God. She wasn't there on the 7th either. Like, how did she get there on the 9th? Like, why aren't these people who are so close to Teresa not going and helping with the search? It's like almost like he distanced himself, whereas Ryan stuck himself right in the middle of it. Pierce kind of distanced himself from it. Like, I don't see him being part of the search party. So that's.
I heard you say earlier, Jinx, that it's Pierce's motive that makes you dismissive of, and I agree with that. It's just that he does so many weird things. Why? But there is a call. There is a call.
Well, I don't know a motive. Right? I don't know a motive he would have. Could he be jealous? He talks, like, to me, he's weird because he talks about Teresa in such a way that it's like he's infatuated with her.
Yeah, it's like he's got the old man crush on her.
Right, right. Know. I'm gonna buy you this. That's another thing that's missing from her car, right? Is the toolkit that Tom Pierce gave.
That's right. About that, yep.
So here's another thing, like you said, an old man crush. He wants to keep her safe, and like she would tell him that she's going out to rural areas to take pictures of these people's cars, and he was like, well, you be careful, like he seems like he cares for her, but maybe in a way too much for me to be like, is there something going on there? Was there something going on there? Or does he just wish something was going on there? And then could that jealousy, if he does wish it, could that have been an issue? Another thing Tom Pierce says is he stopped at the office on that Monday. The Monday it's closed because they usually do their weddings like Sunday night and Saturday night, Friday. Those are their busy wedding nights, right? So Monday they have a closed office for resting. That's their weekend. And yet he says in one of his, I don't know if it's a DCI record back then, but it was back then, that he went in to check emails at the office on Monday night. So is it possible that she drove back to the office to finish her paperwork or do whatever, maybe even look for the pictures that she's going to be giving to this Coakley the next day? Did she go back to the office and he was there and something happened? I mean, is that a possibility?
His paperwork was on the right on her calendar, right?
Right, business paperwork was on her calendar. That was on her daily planner. Yep. So there's another possibility. Was there an opportunity if she had gone back there?
If you're gonna go shopping for mom's gift and you have biz paperwork to do, you're probably not gonna go to Chilton. You're probably gonna go to Green Bay,
where the bigger stores are, right? Like a mall.
Sure.
Right. So that does kind of play into the Tom Pierce theory.
And technically, she would have had enough time to drive home, in my opinion, before that 4:35 call that came in from Avery that did not ping. There's
that means that Tom Pierce, if this is what you're saying, if this is the line that we're going to go down, would have to have returned the RAV at least to the vicinity. Maybe not on the Avery salvage yard, but at least to the vicinity so the cops could find it.
Correct. I mean,
Manitowoc County, you'd have to. Right.
I don't think he'd be the one following her around Manitowoc County.
So, anyway.
So that's my ideas on Pierce.
he seems to call it too close, right? Or I mean, he seems like he knows something. Oh well, if anything happened and someone tried to attack her when next to her car, she would have fought back tough. Or if someone tried to hit her in the head, like he put forward the same scenario that the prosecution did. It's really weird.
Spicy.
Well, and that someone hit her over the. I'm sorry, I guess the prosecution
would have had
did not say that. Cellular said that.
Yeah. It's weird.
Attack from behind.
Attack from behind, which is what he said.
Weird.
Yeah, he's another one they never ruled out, really.
People have to remember that Stephen, all of these people have as much motive as Stephen Avery did, right? Which is none.
Right.
Ryan probably has a better motive, obviously, and anybody that's close to her.
Well, the German's he's just chaos. He's creating chaos and he's killing everything. So is it motive? He doesn't have motive like normal people would have motive,
right.
But he's a wrecking ball in the area. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's the motive that Kratz wants to assign to Stephen, right? It's that he's just a whack job.
Yeah.
But other people on this list, right, who have personable contact with Teresa, that they have sort of the interpersonal relationship reasons. But the point is that the motives like that are sort of elusive, and that's Stephen. They don't have a very good motive for Stephen either. That's my point.
Yeah. There's a couple people on this list that have more motive than Stephen Avery.
Like Ryan Hillegas.
Like even Brad Check, right?
Brad Check, yeah.
He's somebody that was sleeping with her. He was married while they were, he might have been getting a divorce. She literally took boudoir, how do you say that word? Boudoir pictures.
Boudoir
Pictures of Brad and his wife, which is why I had him add the wife on there, because she could be so jealous that she lost her marriage that she wanted to go after the person that kind of started the ending of their relationship, which seems to be those pictures. That's why they were like, it almost seems like that might be part of why they started their divorce. Like maybe they were trying to spice up their life, and it just, with Teresa, and then he started fantasizing about Teresa, because eventually they do become maybe not a couple, but a fling, let's call it. And then he's the only one that points to Scott.
Was there a threesome?
Yeah, well, there could have been. We don't know. We really don't know what the whole of that story is. We know that Teresa's pictures were called into court for their divorce. And we know this because Jolene was the one who came forward and started pointing at Brad, and that he was calling her when she didn't want him. And, there were other things that she had mentioned. And it's not just her. There's other friends of Teresa's that are calling into the Calumet County Sheriff's Department saying, hey, look at Brad Check, this DJ C, DJ Check, DJ Brad C, whatever he was going by. And then when they do get a hold of him, it's like, he's like, yeah, I texted her at 12:45, and they actually looks like they check his messages because it's like they almost confirmed it, including a call he made on the 3rd, which was another thing I would point out about Ryan, because how did they know he called her if they didn't have the phone, and it was only incoming calls that they were seeing on the online stuff? So that's a little interesting as well. But that's it. And they don't. And then he's like, "Oh, well, she slept with Scott," and then that was like the end of the whole investigation into Brad. What was the text about? Did you plan to meet her later that afternoon? Were you going to go out to dinner? Were you going to go out to lunch? Why did you even text her on the 31st? None of these questions are ever asked by any of these investigators, and I don't understand why.
It's interesting that he goes after Scott, though, because, think about it like this. Like, why would you come here asking about me? she slept with Scott too. You know what I mean? Like he's trying to deflect the possibility, if that makes sense.
He's also showing the police that she may be a little promiscuous, and that there are other men that she may have been meeting, maybe not in a relationship with, but at least to bed them, to have a little fun. And they don't even look into that. They just portray her as this, Christian going church girl that would never ever do anything like that.
Saint Teresa.
Right. And why lie about that? I mean, unless you're trying to hide.
Crockett.
What was that, Jeff?
I'm sorry, I'm making jokes here. Maybe I'm the one that's had 3. I was like, no, that's Teresa St. Crockett.
St. John Crockett.
Teresa
Who is not
St.
Teresa
Crockett.
Hallbach, damn it.
Yeah, let's be clear. Maybe I'll put that out in the comments.
Teresa St. Crockett, that's her name.
The thing that gets me with the interview of Bradley Check is he verifies that he texted her, and they don't do anything looking into her text records.
Don't follow up at all.
And
Nothing.
supposedly he shows them the text, right? Like,
You guys are getting me very anxious.
Right?
why don't they say what the text said? I mean, in this situation, they would have had the written text on his phone, and yet they don't.
Yeah,
even
and
bother to
in
say
the
what it
report,
said.
in the report, they only confirm 3 missed phone calls and their times.
Yeah.
That's all that they confirm in that report. They were allowed to look at his phone, and they confirmed the 3 times of missed calls.
And they confirmed that he called her on the 3rd at 9:17, which I thought was interesting. That's one of my riddled me Hillegas, because at 9:17 he supposedly calls her, and her phone is like off. It's not the normal message, he says. So, and that her messages were full, which is what they're saying about her cell phone. Yet somehow Scott Blodorn called him at 9:20, like 3 minutes after he called. And then Ryan Hillegas tried him at like 9:23, 6 minutes after he called. How the hell did they know that he called if they don't have access to her phone? Because they're only seeing on the online thing is the printed record that they printed out for law enforcement was only the calls that were using the minutes, which means phone calls that she made out that used minutes, or incoming calls that she got that used minutes. So,
Right.
So they say they can see that. They say that they know he called.
well, the incoming calls, like, I always thought it was weird. Why didn't they mention the 4:35 call in the reports about after they got the records from the people at Teresa's house, the friends, right? But when you actually look at the record, because Zellner has released that record now, the printed out record. It shows it was printed out at like 5 something, and there was another one printed out supposedly at like 7 that she could tell. Yeah. But what they're printing out from the online singular is only her calls that used minutes. That's all they showed on the online site. So any calls that didn't use minutes, so like the 224 call that Stephen made that was only 8 seconds long, she did not answer it, so it's not on that record. The 4:35 call is not on that record because it wasn't answered.
Sorry.
So if Brad had called her on the 3rd at 9:17 p.m. and it went right to the voicemail, it's not an incoming call that used the minutes. So how the fuck did they know? And we don't have any records from after the 1st. So did they have her phone? Did they turn it on for a brief second? And it just so happened Brad was the one who called at that moment, that they were able to see the phone number to call him back to see what he wanted, because how else would they have known he called?
Interesting. For me, it's always like they don't want to know too much. That's what it feels like today.
Jinx, to go along that whole train of thought, when you read Queso, they're searching Bradley's number. Where did they get that from?
Well, that was, I think, from Jolene, and from the phone calls that they were getting. They were telling him that he was going by DJ Brad or DJ Check or however it went. Jolene pulled Pagel aside and told him about the pictures, the naked pictures, about Brad, about the court case, about all of that. So at that point, they had already known who he was, and they said something about his website, and on his website it probably had his phone number, at least his cell phone number, if I remember right. I'd have to relook up Brad Check's webpage, but they pointed him in enough direction that they could get his phone number and his address and everything else. So they did eventually reach out to him. He calls back a couple times too you'll hear calls from him on
the third,
the dispatch.
Or the fourth, maybe.
And he's like, I'm trying to reach so-and-so. I'm trying to reach so-and-so. I think he called at least twice. And several of her friends were pointing at him as being this guy that she didn't want to talk to anymore, that kept calling her, which kind of goes along with the Tom Pierce stuff. So you would think that the possible caller would be Brad Check. But maybe he wasn't calling her. Maybe he was just texting her, and she was just like, I don't want to talk to him again.
Yep.
We don't even know because
do
there's
you
no
think
text.
it's possible that Bradley had called the house phone?
Well, this is the thing with his phone numbers would have come up as a long distance call. And when they asked for long distance calls for Teresa's phone during that week, none of them are his. They're all Auto Trader, basically. Those are her long distance calls for those 4 or 5 days.
Those are only outgoing, right?
And they go up until the 3rd. No, they're incoming and outgoing that are on her landline.
Oh, okay.
I think Seeking Truth got a copy of what they suppose it was I think the 30th through the 3rd or something, and there's no call from him. So, and they don't actually request that stuff until the 4th. This is from her not from her cell phone, from her actual home phone line. So that record of him calling on that phone should have been seen, right? As a long distance call, because they are seen in January when he was calling on that home line. It does show his number when he called. So why not this time? So that's the confusing part. It would have been a long distance call.
Wow. Okay. I never thought of that before. That's interesting. I want to look at that now. How is that possible?
Kelly's saying she had lunch with Brad 2 weeks before she went missing with that Nikki girl, too, I believe was there.
Kelly's really ignoring the cries of desperately ill men and women, so you're going to have to, if she works at a hospital, so give her a little slack.
Well, she's here when she's here, and she has good comments when she comes. Get back to work, Kel.
She's letting people suffer, and I don't know if I approve of that.
Bad girl.
Yeah, Brad Check, DJ Check, DJ Chickadee Check. I don't know. I think he's
There's also him going into after all of this. I don't think it was right after, but it was within 2 maybe years that you see that he was he had gotten some help from the mental or behavioral health, or whatever the name of the hospital is, and that he owed them a debt. So then people think that, well, maybe he had a psychotic break after Teresa was murdered because he was the murderer. 2007. There you go. So that's kind of an interesting, thing that people look at when it comes to Brad as well. He's close to her. I mean, what did he do on Monday? I mean, I know he gave what did he say he did? He slept because
slept in
and had a meeting with his dad. Was that the whole story for him?
He couldn't have slept in that much because he texted her that day.
At 12:45. So he obviously was up at 12:45, and she didn't go missing until after 2. So technically he wasn't sleeping when she went disappeared.
Yep.
So maybe
Exactly.
that's a
He
little
texted.
interesting. Right. The dad took him to the bank. Now, why did dad have to take him to the bank? Didn't he have a car of his own, or like, I can't see Brad as being this traveling DJ guy for weddings and stuff without having a car.
No, he states that he recalled he ended up going to the bank and then met with his father at the Pontiac dealer because he owed him some money.
Oh, okay. So dad was all up his ass about the money he owed him.
Right.
And we don't know what, I guess we would assume that he went to the bank somewhere between, let's say 12:45 when he texted Teresa. We know he's awake to what time our banks usually open, till 5, 6 o'clock. How long are dealerships open till? They're probably open till later.
Depends. Usually 5, 6 o'clock.
This is what I always thought was interesting about where Bradley Check lived, in proximity to Teresa in Green Bay. There's Hilbert, and on the way to Green Bay would be Bradley Check's house. Greenleaf, right? On the corner,
Yeah.
I believe. So that's just like, I don't know, it's really convenient, right? It's on her way back and forth. So it's kind of perfect for someone, friends or more than friends. You know what I mean? Like,
With
oh, I'm going to be
benefits.
going past your house every time I go to Green Bay. So that's what I noticed anyway.
I see it takes 9 hours to walk to Green Bay from around.
Well, how long does it take to walk back if you got to ditch the RAV4 somewhere from Green Bay, and that's where it's going to take you 9 hours to walk home. So then you can work on moving your fish. What did he say he was doing? He's moving his fish in his koi pond. I'm just kidding. I'm not accusing Tom Pierce of anything. But yeah, that's one that always got me, because he's right on her thoroughfare. You know what I mean? Like, it's like too convenient. You know what I mean? To just drive. Oh, I drive past your house all the time.
Plus, they were in the same circuit, right? Like,
yeah.
He's doing DJ weddings, DJing for weddings, and she's a photographer for some of those same weddings. That's how they met, if I remember right.
Okay. I know he's also the producer of a local morning show too, right? Or producer, or maybe that's not the right word. Jeff, you might know better what the right word is.
I don't know, but yeah, it sounds about right. Producer, it's not a manager. You'd be a producer of a morning show. It sounds right. Yeah. Writer, producer.
There's either producer or manager. I'm not sure, but he wasn't just a DJ. He also had like a daytime job, and he actually had some sort of local prominence, as a TV show producer.
Was he a TV show producer or a radio?
He was an executive producer for CBS News.
But was it for the radio on CBS, or was it the TV?
Oh, okay.
Because I thought he was a radio host or whatever, so to speak.
Good question. Yeah, I always thought it was TV, but it could have been radio. Shows you what I don't know.
I guess we need to look more into Brad. Kel, where are you?
There she is.
Come on. You get in the closet. Jump on for a few minutes. You'll be fine.
And he says he worked from like 1:30 in the morning until 10 a.m.
Cal, answer some call lights, will you?
He showed while he slept he had missed calls in the evening. Just because you missed the calls in the evening doesn't mean you were sleeping. You could have been burning a body and not taking calls. So that's strange. I don't know. So many possibilities.
So yeah, Brad Check. He's a suspect in the version of we didn't really take a closer look at him, and I mean, did he admit to sleeping with her? Did we say that? Yes.
Yes.
So he's automatically a suspect. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he's automatically needs to have his text messages looked into, everything. But just like we've said 1,000 times, finding that RAV4 stopped everything. So we'll never really know had that not happened, and I think that's what the cops will continue to say. Well, had we not found the RAV at Steven's house, we may have gotten to Brad Check. So it's kind of a catch-22 sometimes. I don't know how you guys feel.
Well, that's why they planted it there, so they could stop looking at everyone else
Exactly.
and frame Avery. So, in a way, it kind of gave them the excuse they needed to. In my opinion, I think they still should have had to rule people out, especially somebody like Brad Check, who was given. They gave his name to police officers by several different people that knew Teresa. They knew that he was sleeping with her. They knew that he had texted her. Yet, they find this RAV on the property, and it's like, oh, Zipper was last. Nope, now it's Avery was last. It's like that changed within an hour.
Right.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Jeff.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, and not that you have to add any names because we got quite a few. But,
Oh, I want to if you got somebody.
Well, there's only a tenuous connection here, and I'm just thinking, looking at these different names and the various people in the case. Alex Quadrini.
Yep.
Can you spell that, Quadrini?
Hey, come on, man! I gave you the name.
Ardini.
Yeah, sounds close enough.
Eini?
Yeah, I think that's how you spell it.
Eini.
He's an actual murderer.
You know who?
I'll look it up.
Yeah, you know who he is, right?
I've heard people mention him before, but I don't have much on him. I don't remember.
Killed somebody when he was in the Navy, strangled him. Somehow he got out. What, 10 years, Jinx, something like that?
Yeah, he was convicted in like the 1980s. Like, when was it? I think like 81 or 82. He like killed some guy in a hotel room in Wisconsin while they were on vacation from I think they were stationed in Illinois.
They're on leave.
They went up on leave to Wisconsin, were staying in a hotel together, and he killed this person. And he was convicted and given life. And yet in 1997, I think it was, after some good behavior and some talking to students or something about, being a murderer and anger and all this other stuff, they eventually released him. And what he did is he married one of the friends of Teresa's sister, and that woman, and he's actually one of the messages that's on her voicemail about getting pictures. But the weird thing is, why would he call her about getting pictures? And he's married into a family where others are photographers.
Yeah, it was just weird.
So
I understand
it. One.
Yeah. Didn't really have a whole lot of other connection, but him being with his past, I don't know.
And leaving her a message may have been, what do you call it? Like what did they say? They said Stephen called her to kind of give himself an alibi.
An alibi call.
Never happened. So maybe that's what he was doing as well, by calling her and leaving the message.
Well, how strong is he? What do you guys think? Brad Check is the suspect. Strong, weak? Does he hit the 3 parameters? I mean, I don't know. I didn't look up Denny, but it's like, what they are. Motive means opportunity. Motive means...
I don't actually see any evidence that connects him in proximity type thing. Like, we have no proof that he ever met her that day or anything other than a text.
Nothing. We don't have anything.
Right.
I mean, as far as
really want texts.
I mean, as far as possibility that he could have done it, I guess, but pretty thin, really. We don't have anything.
Then again,
Well,
we might not have anything because they purposely didn't look at him or anything, or Ryan or Tom or anything. So there wasn't this evidence to later turn
That's
to
right.
Stephen's benefit.
I mean, the thing is, in my mind, this is a setup against Avery, and even if they had something, they'd have buried it because this
Right.
was
Agreed.
this was Avery.
Yeah, there's too much we haven't seen yet. That's a fact. Way too much.
Okay, so for 6.
Well, put Brad's wife under there because I think that she's a possibility because of the situation with Brad Check and their marriage ending basically around the same time she took those naked pictures. There could be some kind of jealousy there. And to me, I don't know if she was a blonde or not, but to me, the seat was so close to the steering wheel in the RAV, and that long blonde hair that's hanging in the vent sometimes makes me think it was a woman.
Candy.
Interesting. It's hard for me to take that leap to see a woman
Maybe
doing
she
this,
shouldn't be
but-
on there, but she's kind of like Mike O. There's not really anything there, just maybe a suspect because of Brad. She is the
Candy.
ex-wife.
She certainly
extension of Brad, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
certainly.
she could have been pissed off that her husband was tapping Teresa.
Right, and their marriage ended. She could be
Yeah.
jealous.
That's a real motive.
Right, and that's why I put her, because that is a motive.
Yeah.
Is there any direct connection? Do we have her calling Teresa or anything? No, but we just don't know anything about her because nobody looked at any of that stuff.
There could be a text.
That's true. There could have been a text. Can we talk? Can you hand me the pictures so I don't have to go through court? Anything could have happened there. She did know Teresa. Teresa took the pictures of them. So
Yep.
that's why I added her. But anyway,
The texts.
we can move on.
I know.
Yeah, I'm like you, Big Jeff. Don't get me fucking started. Don't do it.
That's all I want.
What, to get me started?
No. It goes back to the live we did the other week where we were talking about missing evidence. That would be the one thing that I would want. Is any text
Well, the
info.
The next one then is we can go to the list or you can pick a random.
Let's talk about
Otherwise,
Chris McKenna. Let's get all of the people that are not necessarily related
Yeah.
to anybody else.
People who weren't confirmed, like not confirmed in the area, kind of thing.
Just to leak the family, and we can finish off, and it's kind of like the outsiders, or the people you don't normally expect.
So what do we know about Chris McKenna? Chris McKenna was it seems like he's a booty call. Somebody she met maybe in a bar and then decided she was going to call him at 11 o'clock at night, 11:44 at night on the 29th of October, right? And she makes 2 phone calls to him, kind of like, I'm on my way, and I'm here. And then there's nothing more on Chris McKenna. But when you look up Chris McKenna now, after Ma'am, he's been arrested and is now jailed in Arizona for basically using his position as a teacher or coach at the school he taught at and taking advantage of a teenage girl sexually. So now he's in prison for that.
Wow, Denny, do you remember when we looked at that guy? We looked at those 2 phone calls and we were wondering who the hell that is?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's Chris McKenna.
Amazing.
And Chris McKenna was arrested in 2016, I believe, shortly after Ma'am came out, for his sexual deviancy. That's something that Kratz likes to say about Stephen Avery, that he's a sexual deviant. And there's Chris McKenna, who is a sexual deviant.
Wow.
So I don't think they ever looked into this guy at all. Ever. think it was because of her phone records and reverse numbering the phone records is how he became known. He's not in any record, which makes you wonder why, this is when people go missing, there used to be a show called Disappeared on ID or one of these channels that I used to watch, and it would be like the introduction to it would be like, when a person goes missing, you often find answers in the weeks leading up to the person going missing. Well, this is a call that was made 2 days before she went missing to a guy she's never talked to ever before in the middle of the night on a Saturday, and they don't even look into this guy at all. I mean, to me, that's another oddity.
And most likely a Saturday night for a Halloween party somewhere.
Right, so she met him at a costume party at that Stockbridge bar, decided she was going to drive up to Appleton after they left the bar to go do a little, flirting or sex or whatever you want to, call it. Why call him so late? Did she meet him at the bar and she just called him to give him the number? Here's my number, call me sometime. And she texted or called his phone for that reason, because the calls, I believe, are 11:44 for both of them. So
yeah, I just looked at them.
She hit it and then hung up and then hit it again on accident and hung up, and then it was 2 numbers right in the row. Here's my number. Or did she actually have some kind of other plans with him? Nobody ever finds out. Another mysterious man in her life. And only 2 days before she went missing. She's talking to this mysterious man, gives the mysterious man, even if she just gave him the number, that's enough for him to look her up, find her, follow her, do anything. We don't know. Nobody ever looked at him. What do you guys think about McKenna?
Who knows what kind of texting conversations they had.
That too. You don't know about the fucking texts. Those goddamn texts.
Damn you, Justin.
I'm sorry. I just had to put it out there. I know she was texting.
There may not be a record of what they were texting about, but there should be a record of the phone numbers
exactly
communicating with each other as text, and we've never seen those either.
Nope. Yes, those would exist in the SMSC in the GSM. So you got me started.
Can I get you started? This is post 9/11, so I thought the government was secretly recording everything we did.
Let me tell you something. The government might be doing that, but they don't have the personnel to actually read them. And don't get me started on that.
I'm sorry, but
they don't have the capacity to.
Just tell me that it's possible that somewhere in some hard drive somewhere on this planet that it could.
Come on, they're the government. They don't have this stuff organized, so they can just go October 31st, phone number, whatever the phone number was, 737-4731 or whatever it was, that they can't look that up somehow. They might not have ability to read it all, but they should have an ability to at least pull it up and read some of it, right?
Are you telling me that Edward Snowden couldn't find it, or that WikiLeaks guy? Come on, let's get it. We got to get that info. What about the satellites going overhead that day? Wasn't there satellite photos?
How it works with the government is that they tend to be reactive more than proactive at this time, and they tend to get hit with things and like, oh shit, we didn't realize this was coming. So I don't know. I think that if you sort of paint your adversary as 10 feet tall, you lose every time. So some things are hard to do technically, and let's just leave it at that. That what you're asking is a very hard thing to technically.
I believe you. Actually, I just want. You know what I mean? Like I'm with you.
There's plenty of just normal cellular forensics that they didn't look at, right? There's just a lot of information that possibly existed within the because remember that the the purpose of the cellular infrastructure, right, has two purposes. One is to connect your calls and connect your texts. The other is billing, right? And if, at the point where you are getting billed for every single, there's a point where if you exceed your texts, then you're billed for those texts. They have to be able to track the number of texts that you sent in that month, and the numbers that they get. So this information is essentially available. The problem is it's perishable, right? If there's no bill associated, they might, they'll collect all the numbers until you go over a certain amount, and they'll start billing. They have to have those numbers. The problem with this information is that it goes away. If you don't need it because there's no bill to be generated out of it, then they toss it out, and that's a matter of privacy. As a matter of fact, back in that time, the cellular companies were very concerned about the exact thing that you guys are talking about right now, that they would become, if people thought that the cellular companies were a place where the government could go to sort of track you and find information about you, then cell phones, which were, the cellular providers were trying to increase the amount of subscriptions that they were getting. If you look at the time, the subscriptions were growing at this time, and they were worried about things that might come out that might, sort of halt that growth. And certainly, the ability of the government to track cell phones or, listen in on you would have been something if people even suspected that such a thing were possible, then they would say, no, forget it. I'm not gonna let the government spy on me for that reason. And the cellular companies actually took active steps to, make it harder and harder for things to, harder and harder for the government to be able to track things like that, both by subpoena and warrants, as well as technology, right? So the cell companies would not comply with warrants unless they were sort of very explicitly written at the time. Now, exigent warrants, like was filed for Teresa, that would make a difference. But there was a lot of cellular forensic information that they didn't dig into. So the need for cellular forensic information was, the availability of cellular forensic information was well known at the time. And it would have been more federal than local law enforcement that would have sort of been cognizant of the types of things that could have been done. But DCI should be the ones that were in contact with federal law enforcement. And this is something that just simply should have been looked into. And there's stuff they could have found that would have been available that would have been residual in the local infrastructure of the cellular provider had they looked at the time. There's just no doubt about it. No one who knows anything about the way that this works can dispute that statement. So anybody who thinks, if they'd only looked at it, found something, the answer is 100% correct. You got me started. You got me wound up now like a clock.
Sorry, I really wound you up there. Look what we're doing to Big Jeff. Let's put a couple Moscow mules and a couple fueled questions here. What can get to? So, anybody else comments on Chris McKenna or anything that Big Jeff said?
No. My favorite is Ryan. Let's just.
Yeah, I went through my paces on Chris McKenna. I think he fits the bill of a sociopath, maybe even psychopath, but I don't know. It's hard to make that connection. You got to make that connection that day. And then again, Denny, what don't we have to make a connection to these people?
Direct evidence.
Messages.
Direct evidence, which would be the text
But
messages.
I think this one, we don't need text messages for Scott B. Because Scott B lived with her, so we know they had contact.
We don't even have a phone bill for Teresa, right? How shocking is this?
No, we have a phone. We have phone record for her.
No, we don't have a phone bill.
No, he's talking about the bill. Yeah, I agree.
Don't we have one of those? I believe that we do.
No.
I think Seeking Truth got one of her phone records for
Cell phone bill.
Yeah, I think there is.
I got I
got the home
received a single page
Wait a minute.
out of 12 pages, I think. And I don't
Yeah,
even
so-
know if it's for the right month.
So,
We got
right.
we got some stuff. I think a partial from Zellner, one of her briefs.
No, we got an archived record of a whole year of her.
No. He's talking about like a monthly bill.
Bill, yeah.
Okay, well, let me look because I'm pretty sure we have at least one that Seeking Truth for Good has got, if memory serves. Let me look.
I love Seeking.
You may be right, but I don't think so.
I'm gonna show it to you, and I'm gonna be like, I could be wrong. I might be wrong. Let me look.
I'll gladly take that one right on the chin.
I would love it. Does it say how many texts she sent that month?
I believe there is. Give me a second. Let me see.
I'm pretty sure that the one that Zellner linked in one of her motions, whatever, it did show the total number of texts for that month, and it was.
It should. It's supposed to, because you have to know. They're trying to coerce you to, buy the better plan that includes more text, right?
Was she paid for? Did she bought that extra?
I think she got 200. 200 for her plan.
Subscriber activity. I am incorrect, so I guess I got to take back my.
That sounded like an exhale. If you take it back, it's going to be an inhale.
I've talked about it a bunch of times. They did pick up, I think on the first time that they went, that they picked up bank statements. They picked up a phone bill.
Yep. Never seen it.
No, I don't even think it's got. I don't think there's even been an evidence number at all.
Yeah, exactly right. It's in queso. It's one of the first things in queso that they say they got.
That's right.
Hey, we should add that to the evidence list, huh? Missing evidence?
Yeah.
I think those were the subpoenas too that we were looking to find. Me and Mr. Denny.
Yeah.
We were trying to find if they had, tried to get her phone records or text messages, any of that stuff. But as I ended up getting from that FOIA, they weren't even signed. Like, none of them were even signed. So, I mean, they're like dead in the water already.
They already had their guy. The only believable thing is that they didn't ask for them because they didn't think they needed him to convict Steve.
I think they were gonna be successful regardless, even through threats and intimidation, which probably also took place.
Correct, Jack.
I'm gonna just link this into the little private chat for you guys. This is what I thought was a phone record. It is, but it's not. It's just her subscriber activity for the month of from October 5th to, what is it?
Access denied.
November 1st.
Yeah, you gotta unlock that. You're gonna have to unlock that one.
I want to know why they're not giving anything from the 1st. Like, it ends on the 1st. She was missing. She wasn't even reported missing till the 3rd. But yet you have no desire to see anything that's happening the 2nd or 3rd.
They have no desire for us to see it.
Yeah.
That's what it is. They have no desire to let us see it.
Oh my God, Jackie's so right.
Stop me. What do you guys think?
It's locked, Jinxie. It's locked. We can't see it.
Damn it. It's sealed. It's original packaging.
It's sealed with evidence tape. We can't get into it, guys. Sorry.
Didn't stop you getting that vial of blood, did it?
The thing I don't understand about that is, like, these are paper records that you had faxed to you. Like, what does it matter if it's sealed or not? Like, these are records that are coming from her home. What are you protecting? I don't understand. It's not like you're protecting any fingerprint evidence, blood evidence, physical evidence. So why can't you unseal it and make copies of the papers? Or the pictures that they've taken, or whatever they're claiming is in a sealed state. You know, I don't understand that at all. Like, oh, Bobby's interview is, sealed in its original packaging.
It's a big fat seal sitting on it. That's why.
But shouldn't you make a copy of it now if it's on a regular tape? Like, I mean, it's on a, what is it, an 8mm tape or
mini
a cassette tape or something?
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you want to make a backup of that now, being 20 years later, when that shit goes bad eventually?
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, once it's degraded, it's gone.
Yep. Over.
Well, I do know they made a copy of it in 2017, the DCI, and I'm still waiting for an answer from him.
That's weird that they would make a copy again, so they did want to update it somewhat.
Well, I specifically asked the DCI for their record because they're claiming it's sealed, but they sealed it to send it to DCI in 2017. So DCI has a copy of it, so they can't say, oh, it's sealed in its original packaging, because it's not the original anymore.
I can't believe that. I can't believe Ferguson hadn't got right back to you. He always answers right away.
It's been 3 months. It's been over 3 months. He keeps telling me they're weighing whether or not they're waiting. Not weighing, they're waiting for Zellner to file something else so they can say, oh, open litigation.
Yeah, I would write him back and say, look, when I requested it, there was no open litigation. There was absolutely no reason for you not to approve my request.
Well, I did write it back. I said the only reason you'd be weighing it is to decide on whether or not the Calumet County Sheriff's Department wrote exactly what they heard or not. So I think it's in the benefit of the public to know if Calumet County is hearing and writing correctly in their reports. But I haven't heard back from him. I wrote him on the 27th of April when it was 3 months. So that was, 2 weeks ago now? I should be like, hello. That was about a week ago. I should be like, hello. Poke, poke, poke. Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky wheel.
It's such bullshit that they can keep this stuff under wraps. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
They are bullshit artists. At best.
Do you think that's what they're trained to be? Not trained
Possibly.
to be honest officers anymore?
I don't know.
Anywho, who's next?
Scott B. I know. It's after midnight here.
I tried to get you guys on Scott B 10 minutes ago, so don't blame me.
Scott B.
Scotty B. I mean, he is a pretty good suspect. We know that it was Wiegert, or was it his homeboy? I think it was Wiegert who said that he looked like Scott B was looking at his shoes.
It was Remaker, and that phone call he was talking to Todd Herman. He was throwing Singlub under the bus. And he's talking about him and Link going out, Remaker and Link going out visiting Avery. He's like, my gut feeling is he's not involved. But did you notice that roommate? Man, he never did look up. They were both commenting on about it.
When did they meet the roommate, though? That they saw that he was.
They saw the interview on the news.
Okay, so they're talking about his November 4th interview where he's talking about her and showing the pictures on the fridge. The one with the key in it.
Could be. I don't know which interview.
I think that's the only one that I remember with Scott, at least. That's kind of interesting. I didn't really realize that there was a call about that in the dispatch that's Manitowoc Dispatch. He lived with her. He roomed with her. He is said to have seen her Monday. He's said to have seen her, according to Karen. The last person to see her was Scott B. at home on the 30th. So how could he have seen her? Like, if he works different hours than her and he works at, like, say, 5 a.m. he goes to work, and Teresa doesn't wake up from her morning until, like, 11 o'clock a.m. is when she first checked her voicemails that morning. When exactly did he see her? Was it when she was home? Because if he works 5 o'clock and does an 8-hour construction job nearby, how long would that be? He'd be getting off at like what, 3 o'clock in the afternoon? And he works only down the street in Sherwood at the construction company that was basically right down the street. So he'd be home by like what, 3:30 maybe? And
Yeah, probably at the latest. It just
This
depends
is-
on, you know.
this is a time, if she had left the area of, like, let's say that she did go to Zippers last, and she made it to Zippers sometime after 2:40, about 2:45, 10 to 3. She does his appointment. She for that appointment, she's got to get out. She's bold enough to not just, I would have to assume she rang the doorbell and didn't get anybody, but she walks behind the house to meet Joellen, right? But the car is not actually near Joellen. She's now got to walk out from the backyard and around the front yard to the other side of the house where the car was on the, I guess, so you could see it from the street, but not necessarily from the house because it's trees and stuff out in front of their house. So let's say it takes her 10 minutes to take the pictures, to walk, and then walk back behind the house to give Joellen the stuff and write a little note that if she wants to get this pictures taken, here's her number, call her, and dated it and everything and left it with them. But that's also missing, by the way. She leaves by 3 o'clock. How long would it take her to get back to her home in Hilbert? It would be about 35 minutes. So she'd be getting home right around the same time as Scott before her pinging towers stopped pinging at 4:35. So could she have made it home and Scott and her got into some fight about him being a pig and a slob and never picking up after himself, because that was mentioned in one of the emails that he was a pig and that he was a slob and that he didn't help around the house and stuff like that was in her journal, her emails. So was there a fight that pursued at home with Scott? Nobody ever looked there.
No. Sounds like kind of out there, to be honest. It sounds like, what? That seems weird.
He's also the first one to have access to that day planner that he supposedly found on the desk. So she would have had time between the 2:41 pinging tower call and the next call that happened at 4:35 that did not ping. Would have given her 2 hours to finish up her job in Manitowoc and make it home. Wasn't there something too about the gas?
I never quite
could have
followed
made
the
it
gas
home.
argument.
You never what?
I never followed the gas argument.
Yeah, I remember it, but I never really followed it myself. But there was something about the gas. She would have used enough gas. It would have been enough gas to get home after her appointments or something like that.
Well, like, I think if you check the gas tank and it's really low, you'd be like, it's impossible. She wouldn't have been able to even get home or to the gas station with only just nothing in there. You know what I'm saying? If it was low.
I think she filled her gas tank that weekend, and there is proof of that on one of her credit cards. So let's say she put in a full tank of gas on Saturday, and then could they track where she was by her pinging towers and all of that stuff to show that she went 17 miles on her gas and used so many gallons of gas? Like, could they do that with her car? Like, her car goes so many miles per gallon of tank, like, right? Like, there is some way to do that kind of math, I would assume.
Yeah,
we don't know where she went, though. We have no idea if she let the car idle in the driveway somewhere, because if you just let it idle, it'll use gas. Like, I think it would be too hard. It would just too many variables there, to be honest.
That's very true. Like, she might have gotten out of her car at Stephen Avery's house and never even turned off the car. We don't know. It only takes to take the picture and get
the killer could have left it running and it ran out of gas. Like, you don't know. I don't think
it was out of gas, though. I think there was still gas in it.
Well, I mean, how did Colborne put it there? I mean, what did I say? What?
They didn't actually check the fuel tank, right? Like, they didn't check the fuel gauge. There's something that they didn't check that they should have. Can't remember what it was.
The battery wasn't connected, so they didn't get a fuel reading.
Right. So you don't really know. So did she make it home? Could Scott be the culprit? They say that he's the one. They say that the key is on the counter while he does his interview on the 4th. And somehow that key on that fob, if it is the key, made it to Stephen Avery's bedroom. How did that happen?
Maybe I don't like. Maybe he's just such an outlier for me that I find a hard time putting him in that. I don't know. He just seems like he's a pacifist or something. You know what I mean? He doesn't seem.
Let's face it. They didn't even block off her. They didn't even block her apartment. Like, they should have gotten a warrant for her house, for his house, and said, "Let's look." And this is before her car is found. Why wasn't that done as soon as she was reported missing? Instead, they relied on, Scott gave us this and Ryan gave us that. And, it's like they're allowing you in the house to look, but only at the things they're allowing you to look at, really. Like, you know what I mean? They're not really doing an investigation in that house. They're just relying on these men who may or may not even be connected to the crime to give them the evidence that they supposedly need. I don't understand why they didn't put a warrant on her house to search her house for anything suspicious.
Well, ultimately for me is like whenever I think of Scott B, I go, well, he's friends with Ryan, and Ryan just makes a better suspect, but he doesn't have the time. He doesn't have they don't like, it's guaranteed that they would cross paths. Like, she goes home, she's going to cross paths with them, but she doesn't have to cross paths with Ryan. But Ryan could have just been waiting for her at home. Like, I think I've heard that before. Like, what if it was Ryan's waiting in the driveway and she's like, "What the hell are you doing here? Waiting, and he's stalking me or something?" You know what I mean? Like, so I believe that the Ryan story outshines the Scott B story, and that's
so
why
here's
I think.
A question then: if the suspect is Ryan, let's say he did do something to her, do you think that maybe Scott B was part of the cover-up for Ryan and not necessarily for the police, but maybe helped Ryan get away with it? Do you think that's a possibility, that he knew about it and helped Ryan? Who said that? Big Jeff?
I think so.
Yes, I do. Yes.
So if Ryan did it, Scott B helped somehow, because Scott B does say to the investigator Kirby that when he goes, "We're going to name someone," he goes, "Ryan." He said that to the investigator for Zell. So does he suspect Ryan, or does he just think it's Ryan because of all the hype because of making a murderer, or does he really know something? Or did he actually help give that key? Like, if that was the key, was he part of that?
I mean, that's the best evidence we have of putting him in direct contact with something nefarious, would be if that really is the key laying there behind him on that picture on, what did you say, the 4th?
Yeah, in the newscast.
But so I mean, then if you think it was planted, who do you think planted it in that scenario? Or who's more likely, I guess, Scott B or law enforcement?
Or Ryan Hillegas, who was living there, could it have been him even? But the problem with the key, even if the key was on that counter on the 4th, let's say, it is still LE that planted it in the bedroom, because
that's right.
Because no one else they didn't let Ryan in the building. Although we don't know, because Ryan was on the property. He did sign in.
There you go.
And that was the 7th, the day before it was found.
Well, maybe he ditched it somewhere where it could be found.
Or did they just hand it off to LE and be like, "Here, go ahead."
I mean, you could just drop it out of your pocket while you're walking, as long as no one sees you drop it. And law enforcement, they're just so excited they found it, they don't care how they found it.
But then why not? Then why not take a picture of it on the ground in the middle of the yard? Why bring it into the house?
It's
No
better
matter what, the only
picture is
person
so
who
much
could have
better.
brought it into
Oh,
Stephen
man.
Avery's trailer is law
Next to his
enforcement.
slippers, that's a nice picture that they took. That's way better than out in the driveway.
Ellie plants
It's
the key.
way better.
Yeah, exactly. And
So
once
whoever
one thing is
planted the key moved
planted,
the car.
you gotta ask about everything.
That's right.
But the
Yeah, whoever
question
dropped the
is
key moved the
where
car.
did they get that key then to plant it? Was it the key? Was it the key on the counter that they got somehow from Ryan or Scott B, or was it something that was in her car all along?
I think this is what trips up this timeline is because it's like, well, it's just more likely that law enforcement did it. Then
True.
Scott giving him the key. Well, why didn't law enforcement? Like the movie, like Netflix documentary kind of lays out. Maybe it was Colburn that found it when he called in the plates. He put this. What does he do? What does he do? I guarantee you, the first thing he does is he calls Link.
And remember,
Well, something happened where he tells not just Link but Remaker that there's these plates that Remaker felt the need to say it on a radio call. At what time was it? 9:21 on their end. It says 9:21. This call was made to dispatch, and between the two radios, and he's asking Colburn, "Did you find out who that plate belongs to yet?" Right? Like, doesn't he say yet? So they had to have known about it prior. So where did he find the car that he had to go?
he says negative.
And he says negative, and then at 9:22, he calls in the plates for Teresa's car.
Right.
1 minute later. So I've always thought the key was in the RAV in her blue bag as her backup key for when she did pictures. She would throw that key around her neck, and the rest of the keys she could put in her purse and lock in the car while she did her weddings, christenings, so she wouldn't have to carry her purse and her keys all over the place with all of her other equipment.
Boudoir.
That's my opinion. But they said they found the other half of that fob or that lanyard in the middle console. So I think there's no picture of it. I think the key was always in her car with the whole fob and lanyard.
I don't understand why that's such a revelation.
What do you mean?
Well, Kratz says, well, that's one thing that we never revealed was that they found the other part of the lanyard in the center console. I mean, so what? Teresa could have put it there herself. I guess I don't understand why that's a great unknown piece of evidence.
It's not unknown. It's the connection they're making. You see, this is her key, and it's her key that starts the RAV, and it's on this blue fob in Stephen Avery's bedroom. Other piece was the car. So therefore, he must have had both pieces at one time and disconnected it and put it in the console so he could hide just the smaller piece.
I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't he throw it in the fire?
It connects this fob to her car in another way, like not just his blood being in the car, right? Like now he's got the other half of this piece of the key in his bedroom. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
That's kind of how I see it. They're trying to make that connection, like, see, the key must be hers and it must connect Stephen Avery because this part of the fob is in his bedroom and this part of the lanyard's in her car. It kind of like puts him in the car in a way. I think that's the point they're trying to make with that whole lanyard being in the console.
I see the point, but it's weak to me.
It is.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying it, though.
Sorry.
No, I asked.
Well, here's the question about the last one on the list here, number 9. We kind of whittled our list down, but I mean, what would law enforcement? Come on, what do they have to gain out of this? Not much, right?
Who's got 36 million reasons?
Yeah, law enforcement, for sure. And like I said, if something happened to her at the back of the car, it had to be someone she would trust to get her back there with the car door open, right? So other than somebody she knew, such as like Ryan Hillegas or Tom Pierce or one of her closer friends, even Scott Plodorn, who would be the only other person that maybe a woman would trust on the road if something happened to her car to get her behind the car with the door open? Would be an officer, in my opinion. Right? Like,
That's a good observation.
I think me and Jeff were talking about this. What if one of them drove a car and purposely slammed on the brakes in front of her to get her to stop, and then when he got out, he was wearing his uniform, which would then, like, maybe not a cop car, but a personal car, so people wouldn't know it was a cop that did it, but if they had seen him on the road or something when it happened.
Right.
But also, they wouldn't suspect anything seeing a woman outside of her car with a cop either if he's in his uniform, right? Like, so I don't know. Could it have been a cop in some way, like getting her to pull over in that sense? Like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even, I thought I saw a squirrel and slammed on the brakes and, and now she's got this damage on her car and he's helping her get it fixed so she could drive it. Maybe it was hanging and worried about it falling off while she was driving, that she's putting it in the back of the car and a cop is actually the one that attacked her in the back. Like, I could see that as being a possibility because she wouldn't need to call the police about the accident if it was a cop, right? Like the cop, maybe she would think the cop would be on his radio, especially if he's in his uniform and calling it in. And maybe she got suspicious of that, said something to him and, off with her head, basically. What do you guys think about Ellie? I mean, they do have the biggest motive.
I think if they're going to do it, it wouldn't be so open.
See, I thought if it was a planned thing by Ellie, it wouldn't be so sloppy.
That too.
So you guys are probably aware of the rabbit hole that Ellie unleashed Gregory Allen on Penny Bernstein to.
Yep.
So I would count that, this under sort of the Ellie, and I would put it sort of in that domain, that maybe it wasn't a uniformed person that got her, but some agent of Ellie that sort of did her in.
Well, he wasn't meant to walk that week, so we don't know why.
Gregory Allen?
Yeah.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, he was there, but we don't really know why. I mean, well, I don't even want to guess because I don't even know where to go with it. If there was a problem at maybe the prison, they had to shovel some people around for a short time till they got it repaired. I don't know.
Yeah, that is strange.
I would want to think that they want to keep their hands clean. You know what I mean? That they wouldn't necessarily want to send a uniformed officer. You never know who's going to drive by when or where. So they would have sort of one of their agents do it.
But then they're paying an agent. Like, there's a chance of bribery and coming clean. And to me, I don't know. Would they use somebody like that, like Gregory Allen, who might want to try to use it to get him to get out of prison later?
Yeah,
I got information.
He's going to tell as soon as he gets a chance. Oh, I killed her for the cops.
I'm going to get out. Like, I can prove that the cops hired me to do it. Like, when would they turn? It's like, if it's a criminal in general, can you really trust a criminal?
No, you can't trust him. You need somebody that you can totally control and would have something to really lose.
Gregory Allen was screwed.
Maybe a detective.
They finally had an opportunity.
Who doesn't wear a uniform, such as Lank, but can show a badge to her? I mean,
maybe.
Do we know if any of them drove red cars?
That I don't know.
Now I'm going to have to go look at everybody's car from 2005 for the officers.
I'm not jumping in that hole. No.
We do have a suspicion that Colburn had a white Jeep which was a white Jeep that was supposedly driving behind the RAV by Wilmer Siebert. That was Sievers or whatever his name is. That lived on the corner over there by the quarry to get into the quarry off of
Siebert, yeah. Siebert, I think it was Siebert. Siebert, you're right.
Wilmer.
Right.
Wilmer was his first name.
I think ultimately, go ahead.
So if he is using his own vehicle to help plant the RAV, I mean, is it possible they use their own vehicle to help kill her?
Yeah.
I guess like what makes me take law enforcement off this list for me usually is that the evidence just seems to stack up that they used this as an opportunity. They were kind of caught off guard. They weren't. It wasn't a central plan. It might have been one rogue officer that just kind of did this, but to me it just doesn't. It seems like they found an opportunity, and I know that it's not really popular for people to say that this happened randomly 2 days before Kosorik's deposition. And the only way I could push back on that is to say that, well, why didn't this happen before the deposition started? You know what I mean? Why didn't it happen 2 weeks before this? Why did they get through Culver? And so that's what makes me kind of think they really just found her and they said, holy shit, we found a murder. And you know what the drill is, or the right person found her, like the right person, meaning over in her leg, you know.
Well, the wheel started turning as soon as they found out that Teresa had an apartment there. Then, you know, them not being involved, but the wheel started turning and said, "Hey, we can use this against him and set this up."
As soon as Wiegert called them and said one of her last appointment was Stephen, that possibility of let's go out, find her, and if she's dead, then we can totally pin this on Avery and stop these depositions. And this would be perfect timing right before they have to testify, because in all actuality, if they had been watching him like some people think, that they were watching him like a hawk, that they would have been better off planning the murder to be on the 10th, when he made the hustle shot and did not call Auto Trader at all that day.
Right.
Look at everything that happened on November 9th. Holy shit. And everything they found on the 8th. Something really strange happened. 7th, 8th, and 9th. Some really weird shit went on.
And it was all off the property, correct? A lot of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
The key was found.
Except for the key. I mean, but, you know.
And the plates. And all of that stuff on the property is all kind of on the outskirts, if you think about it. Like the outskirts of the property. There's nothing in the middle of the property. So it's like the person who's planting it is doing it while they can on the outskirts where they have access to, right? So you have access to that station wagon. You have access to that barrel that's out in front of Stephen's house, kind of on the other side of the road, which would have been the field that Ryan was searching. You have the only thing that's actually inside is like the bullet, which they planted many, many months later, and the key. Everything else is like on the outskirts. Even the bones are said to be in the bench, which was on the outskirts of the pit. You know, that bench that they burnt out. So,
and they didn't take They didn't take any photos of all that shit piled up together.
And the bench, which Stephen claims was burned in an earlier fire too, at a jail call, by the way.
Yeah.
So it wasn't even. There's not even any proof that there was actually a fire on the 31st, other than these people lying about it later.
I just think that it was so common to just like have a fire randomly that it wasn't an event day for them. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't eventful. It was just a non-event day.
Not at all.
Just like another weekend or something.
It's like us taking out the trash. You know, you just don't even think about it. You know.
Yeah, there's a Christmas phone call where Stephen calls in and he actually talks to Scott Tadich, and you know during that call he gets Scott Tadich to admit that by the time Scott Tadich drops Barb off, that fire is no bigger than a coffee table. right? So certainly not
But by
big enough.
trial, it's over the roof.
It's
of
over the roof. Yeah. Exactly right. Yeah.
Well, at first there wasn't even a fire, right? Like at first, Scott Tadich said he met Barb outside in front of her house, and Stephen and one of her boys was standing there, not even at the back by a fire. So.
And then it's a towering inferno, or
and then 4 interviews later, it's this great towering inferno that's so big that why did the propane tank blow up, or why did the freaking thing catch fire, the garage?
I don't know. Yeah, I almost take law enforcement off as a suspect sometimes. I don't know. What do you guys think? Keep them on there?
I would keep them on there, but it is questionable. I mean, there is no.
It's still easier than trying to fit Chris McKenna. It's easier than that. It's easier than Alex Quadrini. It's easier. Like, they're more likely, I guess, than.
They have the biggest motive. They do have a possible opportunity. And evidence shows that they planted evidence against Avery, so they could be covering up for themselves. So I would leave them on there.
Just seems like the way the evidence stacks up that they stumbled upon this murder and they framed Avery. That's how it just seems. I mean,
it's sloppy.
But I guess it doesn't matter. We don't know. We don't know how she died. I mean, we do kind of. Do we know how she died? Yes. No. Maybe.
No.
Who do you want to ask?
We don't know.
Who do you want to ask?
Because we don't know if those bullets in the head were done pre or post mortem.
Yeah. Ask Brendan, did she die by asphyxiation? Did she die because she got stabbed in the stomach? Did she die because her throat was cut? Did she die because she was shot in the head?
The only thing the blood shows is that there was a off-cast spatter in the back of the RAV on that door, which means the door was open and she was most likely on the ground when she was whacked with something, and there was cast-off blood. So whatever happened to her at the back of the RAV. And then the blood in the RAV where it shows she was laying in the RAV. So the hair pattern or whatever. And Zellner, it says something in one of her questions to the guilters. I don't know if you guys remember that 100-question questionnaire or whatever that she put out. One of them was why the blood splatter or the blood pattern of the hair shows that she was in the back of the RAV while the car was moving. So while the car was driving, her head was rolling on this, what is that cargo wheel well in the back or whatever. That's where all that blood was for her hair pattern. Yeah. So that kind of shows me that somebody drove her while she was in the back of that RAV. They put her in the back of the RAV and drove her somewhere.
Yeah. Over more than the distance of the garage to the fire pit.
Right. Which they don't say that he actually did, that he was going to do, but took her out. Remember, like, they don't actually say he drove the RAV to the fire pit. It was his plan to, but then they decided to use the creeper or whatever to roll her over.
The mechanic's roller tool that you go into. Yeah.
My problem that I always run into is if law enforcement did it, there's no way that Colburn would have called in the plates. That would be the stupidest thing to do of all time if you just killed this woman or your
that's
patrol,
exactly the truth.
So but my only one caveat to that is that what if someone else, maybe higher up than Colburn, put her there because they knew that Colburn would find her there?
But then why have Colburn call in the plates?
He didn't know what he was doing. All they did was put her in front of Colburn, and he goes, "Oh, what's this? A dead woman? Oh, it's it." And he takes it from there, and he's just an unwitting participant. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't. Okay, say it's Kosarik or Peterson who says he's out of town. Is it Peterson who said he's out of town?
Peterson.
So he's not actually out of town, and he takes, he does the deed, and he puts her wherever he wants, and then he tells Colburn to go patrol that area. You see what I'm saying?
But then why not put it closer to, like, why not put it on the Avery? Like, I don't think that makes sense. Like, I think Sapper Cop makes a really good point when he says they were looking for a green RAV4. So Colburn comes across a blue RAV4 with the license plate of Teresa's on it. That he's so curious to know now, because he does say in the call, I want you to run SWH, or how does he say, Sam William Henry 582, and see if it comes back to that missing person. So he's confused why her plates are on a blue RAV and not a green RAV, and that would give him a reason to call in the plates on the car. And I think Sapper Cop made a good point when he said that, because he's not looking for a blue RAV, he's looking for a green RAV.
A dark green RAV, yeah.
So
thank you, Jack. Jack had to drop off. Thank you, Jack.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe that is why he called in the plate. And like you said, it might have been somebody else who put the car there, a higher up, and Colburn and Remaker were just not in on it. Remaker's like, why don't you call in that plate? And he's like, yeah, I'll call in that plate. And then he kind of fucked himself over, because I believe the plates were also removed to subconsciously hide that he called in the plates. How can I call in the plates if they weren't even on the car? And they were folded in threes in this car on the property. So even if he had walked by on the road of that station wagon, he would have no reason to see these plate numbers. So I think that was part of their cover up of their own fucking mistake. And then they were left with nothing but the VIN to identify the vehicle. And that's why Pagel doesn't ask about the plates, right? I think he says, are there any plates on the car or something? Doesn't he say something like that?
Call Pam of God?
When Pam of God calls, he goes, are there any plates on the car? Like, he knew there were not going to be any plates on the car. How would he have known that?
Is that Wiegert?
Why didn't he say, read me the plates?
That's either Wiegert or Pagel.
It might be one of them. It's one of the two. They were both kind of on the phone with her that morning.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. How does he know there's going to be no plates on the car? Like, instead of asking what the plate number was, he goes, are there plates on the car? Like, it's like...
Well, good question. Yeah, I didn't think of that.
I kind of have a take on that, because all of the cars in the salvage yard would have the plates off. So a car with plates on would stick out like a sore thumb. And that's why if you see a car with plates on it in a salvage yard, that would be suspicious. That's how I read it. Fair enough? No?
Yeah, fair.
Well, I guess that kind of makes a little sense too. Like, they wouldn't want him on there, and if they're trying to portray that Stephen Avery's hiding the vehicle on the property, yeah. But I think subconsciously they hit him because they called him in, and they knew they called him in, and they were on the car when they called him in. And this was their way of, like, misdirection for that.
Right.
I think subconsciously they did that a couple times. Even I think the blood was planted from the back seat over to the front and onto the dash, and you can kind of see how it goes in. Big drop at the back door frame, then dot, 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 right up into the thing, right? Like, it's like boop, 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 like they're dripping it.
The blood dropping is so random. It's like you can just see someone with a dropper going around, right? Because it's like there's no normal violent act that puts one drop of blood on a seat, puts another drop of blood on the seat, puts another one on the seat, puts one in the doorwell, another one in. Why do you put it in the doorwell? Well,
they've never
water gets in there.
They've never explained how the blood supposedly got in the back passenger side door frame. They never ever bothered. And I think that the rabbit hood that they put against the car subconsciously hid where they entered to plant the blood. I think the blood was already in the RAV when they found it on the property. And I still can't be sure it's not from the vial, to be honest with you. So, they subconsciously are hiding their misdoings by taking the plate off, by putting that hood where it shouldn't have been, like on the door that they went in to plant the blood. I don't even think it's conscious. I think they're doing it subconsciously. Let's take off the plates. Maybe that was more planned, but in a way it's not. It's like they're hiding their wrongdoings, in my opinion.
Yep. Well,
Denny says he believes the blood came from the vial too. So see, I'm not the only one. I think they just fudged the test or switched the swab so that it wouldn't show the EDTA.
that's exactly right. Though she couldn't go with the vial, so she had to go elsewhere. I think that's right. All right, folks. I think we're at the end of the road here.
We're almost at 420, guys.
Yeah. Well, good time to stop then.
It's
too long. We went too long again.
Sorry.
Thanks for being so hardcore, you guys. Thanks for sticking it out to the end and going absolutely too long. And but I think we covered a lot. It was fun. I enjoyed it. That's really what all that matters in these. These were fun. I enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed it out there.
You will have to do a part 2 that is discussing the suspects related to Avery.
Right, because those are the ones that I took out because for time and for it's just better to look at them. The 3, Bobby and Earl and Chucky and Scott. Yeah, that's 4. So that's a good video in itself. It's not a 4-hour video, but wrap up. Anybody
This was a marathon. Very informative. It's great to have everybody's opinion. I learned a lot today from people who have been more deeply researching the case and the suspects than I have, and I'd like to thank them for their insights and the free sharing of information. Thank you.
It's been good.
Thank you, Jeff. I want to echo those thoughts, Big Jeff, and thanks everybody out there that does all the hard work, that puts all this together, that allows us to have a community that can put the pieces together, as Kel likes to say. And wish Kel was here, Calf was here, and some other folks were here right now. To next time, hopefully, we can get some other voices on as well. And anybody, Denny, anything to wrap up? Jinx, anything?
No, just thanks for having me, and good chat today, and it was good.
Yeah, thanks. It was good chat. Sorry, Big Jeff, for getting you going on the text messages.
He's still going on the text messages in the chat. Look at this.
Right?
As we said, the brunch that they set up probably happened by text. She probably only talked to him through text. We needed those texts, and they failed us. So we're not surprised. So I guess we'll do a part 2 maybe. I don't know when, but just stay tuned for that. And there's an episode of Discussing a Murder coming out on Monday at the 7:30 p.m. Central Time slot. And thanks everybody for coming. This has been Discussing the Suspects.